This broadcast from IOF TV is brought to you by T-Cartor and Lumonite.
Hello and welcome to Kuopio in Finland for the Orienteering World Cup finals. It's been a long old season in this World Cup. It's been a tale of two halves, reason if you think right back to May when we started with the sprint races over in Switzerland, building to the World Championships, and then a big switch to the forest races to conclude the World Cup here in Finland. We've got the long distance race today, and then looking into the weekend, we've got the middle and relay races as well. And both World Cups still to be decided. Casper Fosse and Simone Abersold both leading those, and they do, if they get the right results today, have the opportunity to win the overall World Cup today. So lots to play for. Pretty decent conditions actually for nearly October in Finland. 13 degrees, double figures, and in fact the course setter was telling us yesterday that he was planning these courses with an idea of it potentially being much colder in the times and the conditions really being against these athletes. But this time of the year it is not too bad. There's already been a bit of the autumn underway to remove some of the leaves from the trees, increase the visibility. This is the arena you can see here in the field, and the forest stretching around either side. Where we will see the athletes competing, but quite a nice run in towards the finish line here, and a little look over the fantastic forests of Finland. So we've actually already had a lot of athletes out in the terrain already, competing for a good few hours, and we've seen some quick times out there already. Some of the indications of maybe what route choices are ideal and what seems to be a little bit slower as well out there in the terrain, but you can see forest stretching for absolutely miles and miles. So we've got the course then of nearly 12 kilometers for the women, 300 meters of climb. That estimated winning time 88 minutes, but I can tell you already, Jonas, that we've gone underneath that already, with Gerald Runningsund being our leader at the finish so far. So certainly a quick one today.
Yeah, definitely. And as you mentioned, I mean, the courses were planned for all kind of conditions. So the course planner was very well aware of the fact that it would be a little bit faster today. The course, as we can see here, two first controls, quite uneven terrain in the beginning, hard to read and navigate at the same time in order to not being able to prepare this long leg. We will come back to this one. It's quite an interesting one. We have a few route choices there. First TV control at control 5. Then one control that's a bit out into nothing. There are not many features there before we get on this second long leg to 7 here. The characteristics change a little bit again. It's a bit more technical, a bit more detailed before we get to the second TV control at control 11. Control 12, as the course planner said, probably the most difficult control of the course before we get to 13 and the last long leg in this women's race. Short loop here before we get to TV control 3, and then more or less straight back towards the arena. A few more technical controls left. You can see it, there are not many paths you can use here in between, a few open areas and quite obvious features. I don't expect it to be the most technical race, but hey, it's a long distance. It should be mostly about the longer legs. And let's take a look at one of those, at the first one. First, we had those 2 or 3 short controls in the very beginning. And then we have basically 3 different options. Of course, then you have some micro route choices on the options, but you can see them here. As by now, I can tell you that we have the quickest times on the blue one. Eveli Kasiku was 28 seconds.
One,
yeah, the dark blue one, 28 seconds quicker than Galondry on the one to the very south. And Staver had lost about 1.5 minutes by going straight. In the terrain, in the forest, looks pretty nice, as you can see here. In some of the places on this long leg, in the middle you can see it's quite rough. It's this contoured cutting area almost. Runnability is not that good anymore, so that's why I think it's good to use this northern route. Also, you can get some time to prepare to get into the race. You can save some energy in the very beginning of a long distance. That's always a good choice, and now we also know that it's quicker to go on this one, so will be the best option, I guess.
Yeah, we've actually seen a lot of people start on the straights, almost on the straight route choice, and then bail halfway around to go out probably north to one of the tracks. So maybe showing it's quite tricky to run through there. This is the third of the 3 long legs.
Yes, exactly, and it's basically the same challenge. Will you go to the north? Will you go to the south, or will you stay on the line? Also here we had the dark blue one was the quickest so far. It was 2 minutes quicker, Victoria Hester Björnstedt, than the Gurild running Sund, going straight there. But we didn't see that many runners on this long leg yet, so maybe it's gonna change there. But as it seems by now, it's also the dark blue one, which is the quickest on this one. You can see it in the picture.
You can see the visibility changing quite a lot. Some smaller trees, so it's hard to see, and some areas really good visibility.
Yeah, and I mean the visibility is one thing. You can still see a few meters, but especially when it's totally flat and visibility gets just a little bit lower, it starts to be quite tricky. But in this course here, as I said, I think it's tricky around control 12 and this very southern loop there, but otherwise it's not the technical bit when it comes to really finding the controls that is going to be the challenge today. It's the 3 route choices and the execution of the legs.
So you can see at the start list here, we've got those kind of last 10 are the main group that we're going to be seeing, and a lot of them already out in the terrain. In fact, Van Haye, the last one to head out. So most of the athletes, almost all the athletes, out on the terrain there. And of course, at this point, I've got to ask you who our favourites are. Simona Aebersold is leading the World Cup. Could it be her day today?
You can basically take a look at the World Cup standings and see the excitement there. For me, it's between 3 runners. Of course, there are more that have a chance to win, but it's most interesting between Tove Alexanderson, Natalia Gempel and Simona Aebersold, because it's still a race for the overall World Cup with Simona Aebersold having an advantage there, best position, leading by... We check that 70 points ahead of Gempel, so quite much.
What about Benny Minson as well? Could you help me add her to the mix?
I mean, Benny Minson can do good in this race, definitely, but she's never won the race, and I don't know if this is the terrain that she's gonna succeed, because as I said, in my opinion, it's a rather easy course when it comes to execution, and that's basically where I see her biggest strength. So it would surprise me if she could beat Alexanderson and Aebersold. So
what do you need to do to have a really good route choice today? Is it about the the route choices? Is it about making sure you use really good compass work?
Yeah. Well, of course, this is important. It's where you lose a lot of time is the route choices. In my opinion, they are quite obvious. I mean, it's the most convenient one to take, this one to the north here, and the first one is the quickest one. And that, I don't think there are that many that will lose a lot of time. And we know also that even if you choose the wrong one, you're not losing that much time on this first long leg. For me, it's all about execution. I mean, you have to perform on every leg because you're not allowed to lose a lot of time on this kind of course.
No, a lot of time lost, mistakes can drop you right down the rankings. This is the approach to control number 11. Then you can see it here. This is Caroline Olsen. Took a great silver medal in the knockout sprint world championships earlier this year. See, she's down into 15th place at the moment, making her way through the terrain.
And actually, you're right, because this was control 11, not as it is on the graphics control 10. And right, or is she on the way to 11?
No, you can see there, this is her full route here. Yeah. And obviously she's one of those who's gone straight from controls 3 to 4. Maybe that's put her those 3 minutes down or contributed to that.
I can check, she lost 1 minute 45 seconds on that one.
Yes.
The first one, and then on the second one, she lost time as well there. I can try to check that. I have to scroll a little bit. Yeah, she lost another 3 minutes on the second one, so it's a lot of time. By now it's much quicker to go to the north and use the road there and attack the control from there. There is an option also to go a little bit to the south. We haven't seen that on the screen, but Gøril Rønningsund, she didn't lose a lot of time. She lost, a minute, if you want to call that a small time loss.
Yeah, well, I think a minute can make a really big difference here on this course. As you said, it's all about the execution. Back at the start, though, Teresa Roturier, the Czech athlete, heading out now on the start of her course. Only 4 more athletes to go after this, at least in terms of our red group, I guess you would call them, our top athletes. We do have some of the lower ranked athletes starting after this group. You can see her head already into the map, looking up and looking very good. And now look at this, we can have this comparison. It is synchronized their times, and you can see the 2 differences between 2 of our favorites, Alexanderson and Benjaminsen. Of course, Benjaminsen picking up, you can see lots of speed on the road to the south. Alexanderson, though, her route will be shorter.
Yeah, you can see that Benjaminsen has quite a far distance left towards the control once she's going to leave the path or the road, so definitely advantage for Alexanderson there.
So this is Maja Sienoja here. Figuring out where we're following her. She's following her towards control. She just was at control number 4, so we're going to follow her then on her route towards the first split. I'm just going to check her route because she's gone the southern route, so the same as Benjaminsen, as you saw on the map just a moment ago.
Actually, she's doing good. She's doing really good here. So proving that the southern route can be quick as well.
Sections where the forest just opens up. So she's on her way then to control number 5 now. You know, approaching from the distance.
And I can tell you, she was actually the quickest one on this route. She was 14 seconds faster than Kasiku, but it will be interesting to compare her then in a few minutes to Alexanderson. Here we have it. Kasiku went to the north, Sienoja to the south. Difference not very big. Maybe to come back to what you said before, if the route choices are very decisive, as it seems by now, no.
No, they really are quite even, as you see people changing we thought the northern route was quickest, and now obviously she's gone quicker here.
Yeah, I mean, usually you could start to argue and say that, yeah, but you get a bit of time if you go out to the road, you get, you don't need as much energy and stuff like that, but they both went out to a road. It's the road to the north or to the south, so it's basically about the same.
Well, we will watch and see how the others compare. We saw obviously Alexanderson going north. This is Sanna fast though, out of the start. Got a short section toward the start control and straight into the map. This is Ingrid Lundenes, and generally when we see people highlighted, it's not a good sign. And as you can see, they're just massively overshooting this control, too low in the slope. And that kind of shows to me that the vegetation boundary isn't super obvious.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. She was at the vegetation boundary. It should be very obvious where she was, but obviously it wasn't that obvious in the terrain. But it's also something that the course planners mentioned, that it is a bit tricky in the start bit. It's not as good runnability as later on the course. You have to be focused, and it's very tempting to start to read and prepare this long leg, so maybe you're not 100% focused on that one, on the task to the third control. So that could cause this mistake.
So Agnes Nogard-Kraks going into third place there at control number 16. You can see Victoria Histad Bjornstad, the Norwegian, is the current leader there. It back. This looks like Evely Karsaku, I think. And this will be her on her way up towards control number 11. In this semi-open area, as you can see. I think we're going to jump back then towards, is it the first split? No, we're going to stick with Karsaku. And she had a great result at the European Championships in Hungary, a 5th place for her there.
And she had a good start as well.
Yeah,
and to this northern route, and still there. That's the first TV control on position 2. Behind Sia Noya, but we're waiting for Tove Alexanderson. Here she is in the picture. And as we remember, she went to the north, taking the route there. So now let's compare her to Maja Sia Noya.
She's on her way to the 5th control, dropping into it here, and wow, this is a big lead already. 2 minutes, over 2 minutes. We're only at control number 5.
And I mean, it tells you a lot about the speed Alexanderson had, because behind almost all the runners were quite equally fast, no matter on what route they were. And now she's coming 2 minutes quicker on basically the execution of this long leg, so that's very impressive.
Yeah, you can see just how much distance she's got ahead of Sia Noya here. This is really, really fast.
It's also execution, it's perfect executed. You can see it when she was jumping from one path or one road passage to the other one. She never did an unnecessary meter there.
No, she's making every single second and every single meter count, and to put that amount of focus in over the long distance, that is.
I mean, she has to, if she wants to have a chance to keep in the race for the overall World Cup. She really has to win this race.
So yeah, you can see the distance, the gap between 3 and 4, 1.5 minutes between Alexanderson and Sia Noya. We'll be live then with Andrina Benjaminsen. You can see she's just about to finish this long leg, but yeah, you can see that she's going to be behind Alexanderson. Just the amount of distance that she's got left to get towards control number 4, and you can see, she picked up so much good speed on that road, but then from the road to the actual control, there is a much longer distance there compared to the northern route. And
You
it's
could also
further.
see that they had slightly different routes to the third control. It was about the same. Benjaminsen was 5 seconds ahead of Alexanderson when they left control 3 into this long leg. So she had a good speed here from the beginning, Andrine Benjaminsen.
Yep, this is the fourth control on the crag.
So the next one is the TV control.
Yeah, the next one we'll actually get the time check from. And our running camera operators putting in a good shift today to be able to give us this amazing access into the forest, to see what they see, to, you know, really catch a glimpse. Although there's loads of people in the forest.
You can see it's quite flat here. Visibility is good, but you don't get anything to navigate with, so here you really have to rely on direction. Try to get the small, like here, like stones on the way, but otherwise if you don't see the stones, or if you don't, I mean, it's hard to navigate direction with the contours until here where it starts the downhill. But you have to be at the right place when you start the downhill, otherwise it will be difficult to relocate and get the control quickly.
Here we go then, Benjaminsen coming into this control, and you can see just a class apart these women are from those who've gone through this control already, because Benjaminsen only 24 seconds down, and then another 2-minute gap back to Sienoja into third place. So Benjaminsen, yeah, keeping the speed very high. It's a pretty good start from her. Very good start.
Very good start indeed.
You can see there Gempele, her time, and this is very interesting to go quite a long way around the field there. Quite a few of them have done that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if everyone knows that you're allowed to run over this. I mean, you should know that from the team leaders meeting and everything, but it's unnecessary definitely to run all the way around.
Yep, so Gempele will be behind, and we can just have another catch up at the standings there at control number 5. See, yeah, after those first two, a lot of runners very, very close together. You can see even 3 runners on the same time there, and that just kind of shows, you know, that people aren't making big mistakes out on this course. This is Marie Katani. She's now making her way up towards control number 11. So this is the second TV split. And she actually looked like she had some troubles getting into the previous control number 10. She went the northern route on the first long leg, then she went straight on the second leg. But she's definitely going to be behind time here, I'm pretty sure, with that mistake at control number 10. There we go. And obviously I mean, just looking at a Finn competing in Finland, what we haven't talked about yet is that this race is essentially a warm-up race for next year's World Championship, taking place in this same part of Finland next year.
So it's interesting for the runners to compete here. We've seen that many of the teams, or a few of the teams, they had the selection races towards those this World Cup final in Finland, because they want to take every chance they get to run in this terrain around Kuopio.
Yes, it could be a big confidence boost, and this is a woman who spent a long time out here in Finland training in this relevant terrain. She's putting in the hours, and Simone Abersol is our last starter. She leads the World Cup. She's the new European middle distance champion. She is the long distance world champion, and she is going to be chasing around all of the other women there. This is what I was talking about with Marie Katani. This is her mistake at control number 10.
Yeah, And that's actually something that the course planner told us in the meeting yesterday as well. Control 10 is quite a tricky one if you're not careful, if you approach it as it would be an easy control, because it's a bit hidden there. And now we're following Natalia Gemperle to the first TV control.
Yeah, she is the European middle distance silver medalist, the sprint world bronze medalist, and does have wins of the World Cup from this season. She's had a really consistently strong year this year. She's really been very, very impressive. And if we don't see Natalia Gemperle brandish her compass at the end of this course, something will be wrong, because she is one of the few athletes who uses a base plate compass, and she really, you can see her kind of using it there. She really has a lot of confidence with her compass and really kind of trusts it. It serves her well. You can see her setting her bearing, taking the compass off the map and using it in her right hand.
Very interesting that she doesn't have the control in the same hand as the map. Usually that's something, I mean, if you have a thumb compass, there's no other way, you have to have it. But what I learned back in the days, I mean, that's a long time ago, but still, is that you have the compass in the same hand as the map. But I don't know how it is with this, with the bigger Platts compasses, actually. But it's interesting to see that she holds it in the right hand and the map in the left hand.
Yeah, some people, I mean, when I was taught base plate compass, I think, yeah, you can do it either way, and sometimes removing the compass from the map and just being able to focus on your direction.
I mean, it's definitely not as crucial as if you have a thumb compass, because there you want to keep the point where you are. You want to point towards it with your compass. So you really want to have the map in the same hand as the compass. It's not the same with the base plate, but it's still a bit strange to see it that you have the compass in one hand and the map in the other one. We have Mia Niitinen with a little bit of problems towards the control,
yes.
hesitation at least.
Yeah, she was so close towards the control and just kind of looked like she was doubting herself. But it's a good time, very good time. 25 seconds behind Kasku at this point. This is control number 11. And strong. Mia Niitinen was 10th the European champs long distance, so strong work from her. And then you compare all of these routes then, this first long leg, see how much distance Riedefeld has lost compared to the others, although maybe there was a mistake into control number 3 as well.
Yeah, but it's not a very big, she will lose more time that compared to that small mistake. This is Van Harju. Yeah, so at the control before the TV control, before we get the split. She was going to the north on this longer route, but went all the way around as well, the same as Natalia Gemperle. So I expect her to lose a little bit of time compared to Tove Alexanderson.
She's probably the best of the Finns at the moment. Won the Finnish Middle Distance Championship last weekend, and again looks so strong in the terrain. Good all-rounder.
Definitely the European champion from 2022 in long distance.
So dropping down the slope, maybe using some of the stones, some of the boulders. You can see a minute and a half down at the moment. Reading her control descriptions, checking the code there. No problems for her, and straight out in the right direction for the next control. This next control really is tricky. There's hardly any features on the straight line. You've got to use your compass very, very precisely. And good sense of direction there from Harju, straight out of the control. Here we are at the finish.
Annika Simonsen at the finish, taking 17th place.
Annika Simonsen.
Yeah. Seeing who we're waiting for. In fact, there's a few heading their way towards the finish. A few potential fast times. Anja Snowgaard Pracht, also from Denmark, on her way towards the finish very soon. We've also got, I think, Sebastian Hannemüller on their way in towards the finish as well. But this is Anja Snowgaard Pracht, and this is why we're heading towards the finish here.
That's why we were following a Danish kit before, probably.
And there's quite a long run into this arena, the same arena positions, and you see a lot of them running in towards the finish, but good run here from the Dane. She went north on the first route choice, a very direct one on the second, and aggressive route choice on the third long leg. She's fighting here to be the new leader. Can she upset Victoria Hestad, the Norwegian? You can hear she's getting loads and loads of cheers from her teammate. They're trying to give her the information that there are seconds to fight for. She's trying to push it all the way on this, what is really a long, grueling run-in. And is she going to get the new leading time? I think she should be okay. She's fighting. You see, she looks up at the big screen as well, and she's going to be the new leader at the finish. I think that was grueling last section. She knew she was close. 10 seconds.
We have to say that Victoria Hestad Björnstad, she was 3 minutes ahead after 9.5 kilometers. So she lost 3 minutes or even more somewhere there. Must have done a mistake towards the end.
Then Maju Oksanen currently in 6th place, but Camilla Stiver taking that 6th place from Maju Oksanen. Stiver's final time 1:30.141, 3 minutes 25 seconds behind Norskott Kraft.
Okay, back into the terrain on the way towards the 11th control. Sandra Gosberger from Latvia climbing up on this semi-open area. Here she comes, and looks like she's going to be probably just outside the top 6, I'd say. Picking her way around here, and yeah, this is one of the trickier areas of this course. All these smaller hills, and you can kind of see the camera as well, and you've really got to keep your focus and make sure you do good orienteering, because she's very close to control. She's just stopped short, hasn't she?
Yeah. They must have hidden those adverts quite good there.
Well, it's, when you see the adverts, you know you're close, but sometimes we've seen people in the past kind of running towards the adverts. That hasn't helped them at all.
She should have seen the camera, and she sees the advert, so she could be kind of calculating where the control has to be.
Yeah, somewhere between the adverts and the camera, right? Yeah, there we go. Jonna Riedefeld then on her way to split control number 1. That's control number 5 if you are following along with the GPS tracking as well. And she went straight, as we saw previously on the map, straight through on this one, and we can see the damage that's going to have caused, as she's going to be pretty much 4 minutes down on that time of Alexanderson and dropping down the rankings here. Just inside the top 20 at the moment. Riedefeld nearly 4 minutes slower than her teammate Alexanderson, who still in the lead at that point. Let's have a comparison then with some of our favourites.
And we haven't seen Lundberg and Abersol so far, so that's going to be interesting. Alexanderson with a small mistake to the first control. So there's another small mistake by Absolut, but punching the control exactly at the same time as Alexanderson. All three of them seem to be heading towards the north. Absolut going a bit more straight. You can see that the other two Swedish runners, they took advantage of the small path. Time-wise, there was no big difference.
Yeah, you can see then at control 3, Hanna Lundberg in the lead. Alexanderson 21 seconds down, Absolut 22 seconds down. So we'll really see how they manage to execute this long leg here. We give us a really good indication when we see them at controls 4 and 5 as well. But Absolut was our last starter.
Interesting as well. We know that Alexanderson went from 6 to 7. We can see it there at the beginning of it. Went straight. So did Benjaminsen. But before those, the quickest times have been run on the northern route. So now both of them went straight. So there won't be any damage for them at the moment. But maybe if Absolut or Lundberg decide to go to the north, there would be a chance then get closer or to make a difference at least.
Yeah, Alexanderson is approaching the 9th control, so very soon I'm sure we'll see her at the 11th. We've got our second TV camera. We can see on the comparison as if they all started at the same time. Hanna Lundberg still quicker than Alexanderson on this section. And Hanna Lundberg's had a few kind of tough races, I think it's fair to say, this season. I mean, after bursting onto the scene as a junior with so much success early on, she obviously has very high expectations for herself. Maybe being a bit frustrated there. Here's Alexanderson then. So she's actually on her way to control 10 at the moment.
So this is the control I was talking about before, where the course planner said that it's more tricky than it seems to be on the map. So maybe we can get a glimpse of that. She's on the open area here. She has to go behind this spur, and there's a small cliff. So here we have it. Also Alexanderson struggling with that control.
See Sienoya there in the picture. She dropped far too low, too far north here. And in fact, they're all too far north.
So did Alexanderson. Yeah.
So you know what's tricky here? I can really see this now in the picture.
Because this is not mapped as a semi-open. Yeah, this is not mapped as semi-open. So now she's in the semi-open again.
Yeah.
So here's the control.
That's really strange. Well, not strange. I mean, you can see it. There are definitely trees there, but if you're trying to use the edge of the semi-open to do a navigation, then you can understand the picture there why it's really tricky.
Actually, there's no vegetation boundary on the map. Just when you get from the white into the yellow, so you can feel that it's not that obvious. But still, for me, when I look here, I can understand why you think it's semi-open when you get into that white.
So mistakes from everybody there, but the Alexanderson has caught up Maya Sienoya in the process. Paula Gross, actually, who Alexanderson had just caught up, making an even bigger mistake towards this control number 10, just not quite correcting as quickly. But you could see how soon, both of these runners were able to realise something was wrong and then correct it and realise what the mistake had been and manage to get to the control. And
I mean, you can see the gap still very big. I can also tell you that Kasiku, she went to the north on that route. I think it is 6-7, yes. And Alexanderson went straight, and Alexanderson was 1 minute and 43 seconds quicker. But then keep in mind that Alexanderson was about 2 minutes quicker as well on the first route, and compared to Sienoya was not at all that much later on, so it's hard to compare her to Kasiku. this race. But yeah, she was quicker than everyone else, going straight from 6 to 7.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the standings then at control number 11. 5-minute gap. But then you've got to factor in that Tove Alexanderson is like the first starter of these last 10, this last red group essentially. So she's starting really comparatively very early from what she is used to. We're used to seeing her in the last like kind of 2 or 3 runners. So no surprise maybe that she's had such a lead, but we'll have to wait obviously for Benjaminsen, Gempela, Abersold, Lundberg as well to see how how the others are able to compare. And of course Sanna Fast here, we've just seen 2 minutes down on Alexanderson at control 5.
She went to the south to this control 4. I think we've seen her at control 4 actually.
This is Evely Karsaku. Of course, she was leading at the 11th control and still leading here at the 16th as well. So strong work here from the Estonian.
Very similar routes run by Alexanderson and Lundberg. Lundberg losing a bit of time there, not following the border of this open area.
And this is what you're saying about the execution for Alexanderson,
yeah,
right?
exactly. And you can see that there was a difference by half a minute right away. But Lundberg should be approaching control 4 very soon.
But before that, we will catch up with Maria Larsen. Norwegian is on her way to control number 5, just trying to spot her through the trees. Here she comes.
He went actually straight on that route to 4. So it was quite a good execution.
Well. Yeah.
Yeah, she was very, very straight on that one. Looks very good if you look at the GPS, but still, I mean, she lost time. And here we have Hanna Lundberg.
Yeah, that was control number 4. You can see the very tall figure, the long legs of Hanna Lundberg. She's very strong through the terrain. And you can see her again using a compass to get towards control number 5.
Remember that she was actually a little bit ahead at control 3 due to this small mistake by Alexanderson.
So yes, she was ahead, as you said, at 3. She's now behind, but it does look like she'll go into second place here with only one athlete behind her in the terrain.
It's very interesting, as we've seen before. I mean, this gap here by approximately 55 seconds, more or less only due to the fact that she didn't execute it well there in the very end of the long leg to control 4.
Yeah, it's amazing what you think. You think they've gone exactly the same routes on that long leg. Yeah, what a big difference it can make. But anyway, still in that second place. Rain falling over the terrain now. This is back at the finish arena. We're looking for the next runners to finish.
Waiting for
Carter Davis.
I think we're waiting for Abersold. Waiting for Abersold at control 4. You can see it here. Still very close, everyone in this leading group. At this point, it can't be a minute down to Hanna Lundberg. She must have lost a bit there towards control 4 or 5. You can see if you follow Abersold's route, you can see that it wasn't perfect there in the middle somewhere. That's where she lost this 20-30 seconds, I guess.
But she's still on her way towards control number 4. Is it just here? Oh, straight
Jumping
down.
on that control.
Just making sure she's getting good direction out of the control.
You can
Working
see it's
through the terrain.
quite similar speed compared to Alexanderson. There was a small, yeah, I wouldn't call it a mistake, but there was one place halfway through the route to control 4 where Alexanderson was better in her execution compared to Abersold. So I think that's where we get this 30 seconds difference that I can see here on my screen.
But working her way down off the top of the hill, get a few more contours to play with. Into this 5th control, you can really see not loads of features in the terrain at all. And let's see Abersold here. Very good direction here into the control itself. She is going to go just into 2nd place then. So into 3rd place, sorry. Yeah, we have Andrina Benjaminsen, of course, in 2nd place. So the favourites, the big favourites, you definitely, beforehand we've mentioned pretty much all of those top 5 still quite close together at this part of the race. And then really very close with seeing some of the runners here as we complete the top 20. So everyone through TV control number 1 now. And we can head back to Marika Taney. So that was Taney, I think, into control number 16. Into 3rd place. Karsaku still leading. Back to Benjaminsen. This was the 11th control. Still in 2nd place, but see there just the difference.
She lost a lot of
that
time.
good route, yeah. I was going to say the difference from Alexanderson. I guess it's her good route on the 2nd long leg.
I mean, it's so interesting because she has been running the same route as Gampel and Benjaminsen on the long leg, but she was over a minute quicker, Alexanderson. So she's very, very good fighting through the terrain, a bit rougher terrain here today. But it will be interesting, this 167, because we haven't seen any one of the top runners going to the north. It would be very interesting to see either Olausen, Lundberg or Abersold heading to the north, because it was the quickest one before Alexanderson was going very, very quick on the straight one, on the straight option.
Yeah, I think Olausen's going north, so we'll wait and see.
Yeah, but she didn't
what that
exit the control perfectly. She went quite straight in the beginning and then turning to the north.
Yeah, if you're going to go north, you've got to commit to going north a bit sooner, I think. Waiting for Mia Nittinen. This isn't her, this is Anna Dyrkorn. Control 16, waiting for the Finn. Nittinen though here into a very strong 2nd place. Karsaku, still haven't seen her at the finish, although she should be there very, very soon. In fact, looking like she's going to take a new leading time. Let's compare them. We've talked about this one quite a lot. This is very interesting.
Yeah, and you can see that all 3 of them went straight. Alexanderson a bit more to the south. She was taking and using those smaller tracks again. She did that very good on the first longer leg. She does it very well here as well. Then fighting through the green in the very end. You can see that Gempeli went all the way around. Benjaminsen also going down to this road. I think that's where Alexanderson made a bit of a difference. Then a small mistake by Benjaminsen getting too far to the east and too low there. Same mistake as Alexanderson to 10. But now the interesting thing will be, as you mentioned, Olausen went to the north to 7. It's going to be interesting, but it seems as if Anna Lundberg is going straight as well. Absol still not 100% sure, or I'm not 100% sure. I guess
No,
she
I'm
is.
not 100% sure. No, looking at her trail there. But Venla Hayu then, and this is on her way to the 10th control. And I think, like the others, she'd have dropped too low because she's possibly reading this as the semi-open area.
So this now is the semi-open area. And I think just down there, where you can see those smaller trees growing, there we're in the forest again.
So actually, she's doing this one really well. Yeah, there we go. There's the control.
But you have to be very careful. So if you look to the left there, that's the forest bit already. So it looks quite semi-open to me here.
Yeah, especially because the trees are really small.
I can understand why they map it like this, because I mean you can't map it as green, but there are trees, so yeah, what should you do? There are too many trees for semi-open, obviously, but it looks very semi-open on the first side.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that assessment. But then you just have the experience of what all the white has looked like previously. You can see what this semi-open is. It's very confusing.
But if you read the contours, that's what the course planner said. If you're focused and not trying to prepare anything else already, it's doable. So you have a small hill just before the control. So if you drop a bit far to the south and you attack the control basically from above, you can see that there is an open, like this rock cliff, bare rock area you usually see very well, so it should be doable, definitely.
Yeah, let's have a look at Hayu then. Looking like 4th place then for her. She's able to find the control again. Lots of runners just stopping short on this one. Maybe not quite interpreting all of the contour shapes. She's super close. And it's good to see, we're really able to see kind of how the athletes deal with when they have some hesitations, when they're thinking it's a bit tricky. And there you go, she's managed to get towards the control into 4th place at the moment.
We get back shortly to that route choice between 6 and 7. I can now say that Absol is definitely going to the north. So this is going to be interesting because now they're splitting up on different routes. But this is Kasiku on the way to the finish.
Yeah, Kasiku's had a fantastic run here. The Estonian putting together another great forest performance. Been great at home European Championships, great at this year's European Championships as well. And she's on the last few meters of her course now. We've been working through the terrain, and you can see she was in the lead when she went through each TV control. She was setting a new leading time, and I'm expecting her to do exactly the same on this last section here. It's quite a punishing long run in towards the finish here through the fields as well, where you've just got to work really hard to push every second. This is the last control then here, control number 23, and the final stages on the run-in now here for Eveli Kasiku, and we can see her time then. This is going to be a significant lead here at this stage of the race, of the competition. She's going to go ahead of the Dane by a big gap of 4 minutes, pushing our winning time yet again under what the kind of organised as expected. Well, actually, that's a bit unfair. But anyway, 1 hour, 24 minutes, exactly 84 minutes, and a fantastic race from Kasaku, just executing it well the whole way around, keeping that speed high. A brilliant race for her. And actually, to be fair, the call setter said, we planned it for 87, 89 minutes. This is 84.
Yeah,
We actually think
but
the
he said,
conditions are good, they'll go quicker.
yeah, he said that he thinks that they will end up on the 84. Now we have 84, so I think we're gonna get towards
still.
80 or even quicker. But yeah, hard to plan when you have to almost plan in the possibility to have snow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Marika Taney then, let's look at split number 4. She's on her way towards this control and had a few issues out in the terrain, I think. But yeah, she made some mistakes at control 10 again, went all the way around to the west on the third and final long leg, exactly as we'd expect. You can see there 4 minutes down on Kasaku. Such is a great run by the Estonian.
So this is the route I've been talking so much about. You can see that Alexanderson is good. She's very quick here. We know that she was about a minute faster compared to Gemperle. Lundberg is on the way, Abersold as well, and you can see that Abersold went to the north. Now she gets a chance to stay kind of on this path, on this track.
Yeah, but Alexanderson is about to hit the ride as well, though, so yeah.
And she was very good through the green.
Yeah, she was very good on those last, 200, 300, 400 meters into the control.
Yeah, because we have seen that before.
She was so distinct.
The difficulties for Gemperle and Benjaminsen basically showed up when they just about 200-300 meters before the control, when they both went out to the road, and I think that Alexanderson went straight there.
She did. This is Johanna Riedefeld. She is
she's on the way to 10. But she's doing
again,
the same
see
mistake.
These small trees. Yep, I think you can see if these, obviously the lilies have been lost from these trees. You can see at height of summer, you would understand more of it being in the white. But it just looks so semi-open. She's got to realise that she's got to climb a bit higher.
That's one thing, but you have to be off direction as well in order to miss the control. So there are two elements that you're not really focused on.
And to be fair, I mean, if I was navigating and you've got semi-open and you've got the forest, I wouldn't trust it very much at all. I wouldn't really factor that into my navigation. I would really be trying to use my compass and the contour features a lot. But Alexanderson now has an 8-minute lead. There we go. Just like that, she has blasted well ahead of everyone else and is now, and I think what you said there about getting well under the 80-minute mark is going to be the case today, because that is a huge lead.
And so she was, she had already executed this last long leg. For everyone who was watching from the beginning and remembers it, she went to the west there as almost everyone else, but you can see that Benjaminsen is going a different route there again, probably losing time on this one.
I think she will. Yeah, you can see here from all the runners who've been through so far, so many of them have gone Alexanderson's route. It's kind of been hard to tell how quick you can be on the other routes, but we're pretty sure they're going to lose time.
So I try to find someone who is taking the other one from the quickest athletes. At the moment, Mia Niitinen is the quickest on the Benjaminsen route, but she's losing more than 2 minutes compared to Alexanderson. And
the thing is, you
fastest one
can, on
going straight.
Alexanderson's route, you're
Yeah, the
heading
fastest one going
quite
straight is
away off
2.5
the
minutes
line.
as well.
Yeah. I mean, you're heading quite some way like off the line initially, but then you're running parallel to the line for so long. There's no S
Yeah, and
curves in there. It's such, and
exactly,
you're
and
on the track so much of it as well.
on Benjamin's route, you're basically following the red line in the beginning and then having a 90 degrees turn and running away from the red line 90 degrees. Usually that's not the quickest option.
No,
But I can understand why it looks tempting to go the Benjamin's way, because the entrance to the control is so much more open and it seems to be much easier. So I think that's why it's very tempting to go to the south.
Yeah, but she's going to lose too much time there, I think. So let's take Marika Taney in towards the finish. Can she get into top 3 spots here? She was about, I think, 4 minutes and 5 seconds down on Kasaku at the previous TV control, and she's just going to work hard on these last few stages here, because it's only a few seconds in it between second, third at this point. And I think she's had a good second half of the race, working on the last few stages here. You've got lots of cheers from the home crowd. I think we'll see more of a bigger crowd build over the weekend as well. We see the middle and relay races, but coming towards the line here, it does look like she is in here for the second place. The best Finn so far. 3:54, then the gap between Kasaku and Taney. Kasaku's great run is still stacking up.
And I hope that we're going to jump to the second TV. Yes, exactly, that's what I hoped for. It's because we have Sanna Fast in the picture, and she did a great job on the leg between 6 and 7, had the same route as Alexanderson. Second fastest time, she lost about 45 seconds and managed to go from position 7 at the first TV control to position 3.
And she looks so good coming into that control as well. I know she's got some of the men alongside with that same control, but she just looked very stable in her racing, very attacking the control itself, no hesitations whatsoever. So then, this is control 16, so all of the long legs done and adjusted into third place, just ahead of Nittinen. So could be a good fight action amongst the Finns today to see who's the best one out there in the terrain. Just seen Marika Taney finish into second place, but with Nittinen, Sienoja, Harju still out in the terrain, then yeah, anything could happen there. Waiting for Ingrid Lundenes towards split number 3. We saw a mistake from her early on, and yeah, you can see she's quite a lot further down compared to some we've just seen through this point.
And we also had Abesson now punching at control 7. She's only 25 seconds slower compared to Alexanderson by taking this northern route, so they're still within a minute, I guess, overall.
Yeah, still all to play for from keep bouncing them between the Finns. Mia Nittinen on her way in towards the finish. Took a top 10 in the long distance at the European Championships, and we'll see whether she's going to be able to repeat that today. And the Jikon in the front of picture, who she's managed to catching by 3 minutes. Always a good kind of feedback when you're able to do that. So we've still got one more control to go before the finish line itself. And you can see Mia Nittinen just struggling a bit there with the pace compared to Jikon, but she will be the faster runner overall, and that is what counts. She managed to catch the Norwegian, and just the last few bends of the run-in to go before a welcome sight of the finish line. Here she is into the finish, and it is second in the end. So great last section there for Mia Nittinen. Closest so far compared to Karskiu and Anna Dukon. You see there just finish ahead into 4th place. So strong work there from Nittinen. But Alexanderson is rounding in towards control 19 and then 20. Last TV split, and you can see she still looks so comfortable in this terrain.
I haven't seen any mistakes so far. Yeah, in the very beginning there was a small hesitation to control 1, I think it was. But otherwise it looked very good. Yeah, and definitely she's doing a hesitation now when I'm talking about it. But that was, I mean, so close.
Oh, that's bonkers how close she got to the control. She knew she was close. Everything was stacking up in her navigation, just couldn't see it, but she knew exactly the way to go. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, and that will be very hard.
Control.
That will be very hard to beat today.
And actually, if you just look at 18 to 19, she was so spot on in the direction, like absolutely glued to that red line. Just very good compass work, and it requires so much energy and focus to be able to stick on that line and you know, through the terrain as well. But she's just showed a masterclass here. This is 20, so we're waiting for her here. She should be here any second to get even bigger grasp of time, touch of time ahead of Karskiu. As I say that, here she is, 9 minutes now ahead of the others. Down
Actually,
and straight back again.
I have to correct myself. She did a small mistake at control 10, of course, but we had her hesitating on the screen. This one. So here the comparison again. This is 6-7. It would have been interesting to have Sanna Fast here as well, because she did a good job. You can see Absol approaching that control by the small tower. Well done. Maybe a bit too far to the left towards control 8. But the gap you can see about 2 minutes. This is the hesitation towards control 10. Better executed by Absol. Should be at control 11 very soon. You can see the difference a minute.
Benjaminson at control 16. And bear in mind, remember, she went the right-hand route choice from 13 to 14. And this is Absol then here at split number 2. It's going to be just over the minute.
But it's still a very good run by Absol. I mean, Alexanderson was just so good in executing this long leg. So otherwise, I think they are having about the same speed almost. But it will be incredibly tough to win that minute back, because now we haven't seen from here. We haven't seen any hesitation by Alexanderson.
Yeah, so she was 45 seconds down after the first TV split, and obviously now 1 minute and 9 seconds down. So yeah, really not using the whole amount of time on going north.
By Alexanderson. So we had a small mistake, but she had a better choice option, or a better time at least, on the long leg. And we also know that Alexanderson had the best possible route between 13 and 14 as well. You can see it here.
Yeah, we can see it here.
It's the comparison. 3 different routes executed by Kempele, Benjaminsen and Alexanderson. You could run a bit more straight from halfway and go south on this forbidden area, but then you would need to skip the path and the track there. So I can totally understand why you wouldn't do that.
So you can see there, Benjaminsen losing 1.5 minutes nearly by going the right route choice. Kempele using 2.5 minutes by going straight. So that is the damage of that route choice then 13 to 14, and the two of them are very soon at control 16. Well, we've already had Ben Jensen there in second place, but we'll soon see the damage that's done for Gempela's time.
And this, of
in
course,
fact,
is
live with
synced to
Gempela.
Benjaminsen, because we're going to have Alexanderson here right now, I guess.
Yeah, we're waiting for her to come out the forest. There she goes. And just picking up the pace. She's still got so much left in the tank, shorter than a usual long distance for her, certainly. So crossing over the road, crossing over the small ditches, and just putting her foot down on the gas to really sprint these last few controls. She looks fantastic. You can see she's looking to her right, looking ahead to see what she can find. And it may well be good enough for yet another win on the World Cup circuit. We're going to have to wait quite a while to see whether Abersol is going to be able to match it, but this is going to be a massive, massive lead here for Alexanderson. Yet again, almost a flawless performance. We can really highlight the execution of the long leg towards control number 4. She had a miss at control number 10 that we've seen so many people do, and we can see why from the terrain, from our pictures in the terrain there. But the execution of all of the controls here is once again a masterclass from the Swede, and she's still working so hard on these last few stages, on these last few meters of the race, to put together a very complete race, and with very, very few mistakes on this last section. It's going to be so difficult for anyone to match this. So have we seen another win from Alexanderson? It may well be. We've got about 20 minutes, I guess, to wait and see whether anyone is going to be able to match it. Simone Abersol, I think, would be the only one.
For us, the neutral spectators, as we are, it's a good thing, because it keeps the overall World Cup, the decision, open until Saturday. If she's gonna win this race, and Abersol is in second or third, then there's still a possibility for Alexanderson to win the overall World Cup.
So this was Gempela into control 16, and you can see there 6 minutes 24 down, but still in third place at the moment. So losing 2.5 minutes on that long leg to control number 14. It's put a huge amount of damage there, and especially when you think we've got Sanne Fast to come, Olausen, Lundberg and Abersold in amongst the mix. That could really have a big effect on Gempela's race to push her down the standings.
I can say that
Next up,
Olausen seems to go straight as well. Sanne Fast going to the east, so none of them having the best option. Lundberg seems to go straight as well.
Yeah, Riedefeld has gone straight. And Abersold is about to make her decision, I think. So we'll see what goes on there. Hayu into third, so jumps over Gempela. She's only just left the control, but yes, I think you're right. Okay, standings then at control 16. So that's with all of the long legs done. Alexanderson with a 5-minute lead over Andrina Benjaminsen. Ven Lahayu just gone through there, only 1 second behind the Norwegian, so all to play for there. Natalia Gempela drops down as a result of her route choice to control 14. That's how things look at the moment. Sienoya, here you see she's had some troubles into 18 there. And a very different route choice that we've seen compared to many into towards control number 21. But of course, focusing a lot on the home athletes then here. And with Nittinen in second place at the finish at the moment. We'll see how she's able to compare. Sorry, Nittinen now into third place. Of course, we've had Tova in. Tova Alexanderson, Eveli Karsaku, Mia Nittinen are the top 3 at the finish so far, with a big clutch of runners looking maybe to push the Estonian and the Finn down the standings. see we can catch her here. Maiciano at the finish, and does look like she's going to be slower than her teammate, than Nittinen, although with a good, strong last section, she could pull up a few seconds.
It's Benny Minsland, I guess. Towards control 20.
Ducking and diving through the trees, through the undergrowth as well. And yeah, it's a big gap for her to slot into second place there. Here she comes. Looking well ahead into the distance. Very good flow through there into that semi-open area. Yeah, and she's already slower than Mia Nittinen here. With a few more controls to go. Oh no, nearly slower than Nittinen.
Kello käy vahvasti ja on nyt menossa neljänneksi. Laasikuun Niittysen ja totta kai kärjessä olevan Tulo Alexandersonin jälkeen. Marika Teinin aika tulee alittumaan selvästi.
So it looks like it's going to be Finns in third, fourth and fifth then here, and a great feedback, a great launch pad on which to kind of set their sights on next year's World Championships. It can be a real big confidence boost then for this home side and for a lot of the other top athletes if they perform really well here today. So across the line into fourth place then, 12 minutes behind Alexanderson. And 3 Finns then in the top 6 so far, with Venhaju still on her way towards the finish.
I've been following this a little bit here. It's going to be very interesting. Now we don't have Lundberg and Abesold in, because they both go the Gempele way. As it seems, Sanna Fast, we know she went the Benjaminsen way, and well, they are still fighting for the top 3 here. That will be very interesting to follow, of course. Also Harju, as we can see here in that fight.
Very interesting to see what the damage is going to be then from those runs there. As we see Inge Lundenes in, and I mean, lots of people looking for, you know, they're looking for the straight route, looking to see if the straight route is any good. Then obviously these athletes, and you know, that's presumably that's just a tactic that comes with this type of terrain.
Yeah, and it's
normally it's good to go straight.
Even the course planner mentioned that yesterday, that usually in Finland you always think that straight is a good option, if not the best option. So he was very satisfied when he heard that someone said, I think it was Minna Kauppi said that to the first control, she thinks going south or north in the women's race is going to be the quickest one. So I think it's about this, that but if you have been running around on the first one, on the second one, and you get to the third one, you think that, yeah, but at one point I have to go straight, more or less.
Yes.
Of course, it's hard. It's not only this. It's if you see that something is clearly quicker, then of course you take that. But if you're not sure and you can't really see if this is better or this, then it's tempting to go straight, because usually it's an okay option.
And is this linked to, you know, these 3 route choices are quite similar. You know, there's a similar challenge being presented to you each time. There's clearly a straight option. There's like, and most of them, there's a fairly similar left option and a fairly similar right option. Does that kind of, because they're very similar, do you think that's got in the athletes' heads?
I mean, it's so hard because the 1-6-7. Yeah, okay. If you look at 3-4, it's quite obvious. Even either north or south. I don't think that were so many runners that thought about going straight seriously. But 6-7, I mean, there are a few different options on the way as well. It's quite usual that you have, maybe not in Scandinavian terrain, that you have only 3 main options. There, the possibility that you have micro route choice on one of the route choices is quite big. But usually, when down in the continent, in continental terrain, that's a very common thing. And I don't think that the runners are so surprised about that.
All right, let's take Benny Minton then in towards the finish as she punches the last control, and you can see she dropped quite a lot amount of time after the second long leg at about the halfway mark, and then losing again some more time on the third long leg, and fighting here, but it will be a clear second place for Benny Minton at the moment. But will she be able to stay in a medal position? That is the big question for her. So she'll have some nervous few times. She's been so consistent. She's so consistently third. It is quite amazing. She was third at the European middle distance and the long distance. She's third at the World Champs long last season in Switzerland. Very consistently third. And so we'll be able to see if she's able to maintain that one there as well. Hayu, of course, into second place there. So the first of the ones maybe looking to push Benny Minton down a spot. And this is what we've talked about a lot. So we're live with Simona Aebersold here, and syncing up with the rest of the runners. You can see that Aebersold here compared to Alexanderson, a long way behind, but still in a good solid second place, I think.
I mean, we're live with Aebersold, but actually Aebersold is not far behind Lundberg at the moment, so they're almost together. But you can see, I mean, there's no, we haven't seen a mistake by Alexanderson on the last bit of the course, so I don't think there's any chance for Aebersold to win this one. But you were talking about consistency before regarding Benny Minton. If you look at the results of Aebersold, she was even first or second in all of the World Cup races this year. So that's that's what I call consistency as well.
It's incredible, and that's why she's leading the standings. You know, Tove Alexanderson, she's won quite a few, but she's had a few mares out there. She's really had some problems on odd races this season, even though we know she can be so strong and can be so dominant. Wiedefeld at control 16 into 13th place. She was one of the ones who has gone straight, but we wait then for a few of the other runners about to hone in on this control. Sanna Fast will be the next one, and then they're pretty much queuing up now at this 16th control. So Swedes coming along like buses.
Sanna Fast, she lost a lot of time to 14. She was on this eastern route, and then she did a mistake just before the control as well, so not the best route, and then about the minute mistake to control 14. So probably out of the fight for the top 3 in this race.
Yeah, she pulls up so much, so a few places at the halfway point at second TV control, but yeah, too many mistakes. But of course we build up now to Venla Hayu's finish, and we can see she is 17 seconds ahead of Benny Minton, who we just saw go into second place. So as long as the Finns are able to have a good strong end to her race, there should be no problems here. First of all, we've got Gempela in towards the finish. Natalia Gempela on the last few controls here, crossing over the road, and again her course damaged by the route choice decisions. She is slower than Benjaminsen by a couple of minutes. So we'll be outside of the medals in this race today. I think we'll end up into third place here, but we've got, as we've seen, Venla Harju very, very close behind. Gonna pip her to the finish line. The sounds of the Swiss cowbells to welcome Natalia Gempala into the finish.
Gempala is also one of the runners who lost the chance for a top 3, probably, on this last long leg.
50 meters to go, and she is currently taking the third place. But we know that Venla Harju is going to drop out first from the podium position today.
Yeah, she is into third place, and it's so hard to know what impact your route choices will have, especially one further later on the course where we haven't seen the runners grouping up very much. It's really hard to get that feedback of how well you're doing in the race and how much kind of confidence to take from that. Maybe a good thing, but are you here? She will go faster than Benjaminsen. She's going to be in a medal spot at the moment. Former European champion. Lots of home support here, and she will be the best of the Finns as well today. So it is a good run from her. It's too early to say whether it's going to be a medal result for Venla Harju. There are some fast runners on their way into the finish, but to be in the second place here at the end of this long distance, great result for her, collapsing over the line. 6 minutes 42 behind Alexanderson.
And it's really going to be a thriller for the top 3. There's a small mistake by Apersold, but I think that she got the control now. But maybe come back to, let's take Marie Olausen to that control, TV control, because she's definitely in the fight for the top 3 as well, still. But to come back, I was a bit afraid before the race that it would be too easy with the route choices, because it was so, it seemed, it was hard to say if it was so decisive. It didn't seem too decisive which route you're gonna take, and it's in the end now we can say that they were definitely the route choices making the difference today, and I think that's exactly how it should be in a long distance. And interesting here, we can see now that Apersold and Lundberg together, splitting up here again. So this is maybe the fight for the third place today. Small advantage for Lundberg at 14. Better execution there, much better by Olausen. At this point to 15 we had Lundberg a bit too high up and Alexanderson too low in the slope. But this seems to be, I mean, this is not over yet. There's still
no
fights.
Yeah, and you're right. These look like our 3 battling for the third place. But Olausen, the way she executed 15 and just jumped ahead of Anna Numbo there, fantastic running from her. And it was very, when we were chatting to the course setter yesterday, he was very much aware that he didn't want runners to kind of be running in trains. It sounded like it was something he really hated in orienteering, and tried to do a lot to make sure they didn't catch up. And to be honest, we haven't really had many people running together in this competition so far, from what I've seen.
No, we haven't seen that.
I think
a
quite
bit due to the
successful then
fact,
from his aims.
I mean, you have 3 minutes starting interval. That's one good factor. Then you have the World Cup standing as the start list. That's another factor. It's not the most difficult terrain when it comes to getting to the control. We have seen, yeah, of course, the route choices, how you execute them, but we haven't seen many mistakes in the circle. And usually the mistakes in the circle lead to the fact that you group up, that runners group up. I don't think it's so much
So
the
Oksanen
course
and
planning
Savolainen, as well
itself,
as
yet
Markku and Silk
also
brothers, they are
uh,
waiting to see
he had kind of the opinion that if you put
throughout the
in
race.
butterflies and stuff like this, that it's more grouping up than splitting them, which I don't really understand how that should
Now
happen.
it's Jonas
But
Ekberg
anyway, I mean, yeah, we didn't
celebrating
see a
the
lot of
last
groups here, but
control
for me, the reason is,
very soon,
yeah, it's the kind of challenge you have and not really the
and
course
he
planning.
has a possibility to be the first
Yeah, the
one
challenge
under
presented by the
2 minutes
terrain,
from
the
the start
challenge
start.
presented by
To start, he
running
has led the
a long
competition
distance like this,
throughout
where
the
the,
day.
the skills that it is testing are the skills in the route choice, the skills of endurance, pure endurance, of making sure that you're running, that you're pacing the race right, you're fueling the race right, that you're, you know, you've still got the legs at the end, basically, to kind of to keep going and to keep pushing, rather than the middle distance, which is testing that really fine technical navigation skills. It's just a different aspect of orienteering that it's testing, and yeah, this course seems to have done that. This is Maria Lawson, one of the contenders, and still for a medal here. She's on her way to control number 19.
Yeah, and actually there we have Sanna Fast, who did a small mistake. And now the difference between Olausen and Sanna Fast out in the forest, not very big, so there could be a chance that they get together. I mean, it's still about 50 seconds. But anyway, very good execution here by Olausen. Yeah,
she again is
good.
absolutely spot on the line. You can see the others ahead of her who made the mistake were on the line and then just veered off towards the left. They kind of lost confidence in their direction. But Olausen absolutely spot on there. We're going to see a big train of runners coming through here. So Riedefeld and so Sanna Fast, they're having caught up Riedefeld. And then Olausen on her way very, very soon.
That's her on the way to this control. We just had, yeah, Fast and Riedefeld. So she's showing up here very, very soon.
Maybe just looking for her in the terrain. I think she might be a bit far. Yeah, I said her direction was brilliant, control 19, and she's just not doing it now.
I wonder if it's tactical can't be, because you have a good attack point there, but she's coming from a strange direction. So
yeah, and she had a good catching feature behind the control as well. So yeah.
But only 24 seconds left now, but not a lot of orienteering on the way to the finish from here. Should be possible to defend this advantage.
This is the distance that we saw, so just not having the greatest direction. And I think if you're aiming off, you don't want to aim off that amount for that kind of control.
No,
it's
I mean,
a bit unnecessary.
You could be aiming between the stone, just at the border of the circle, and the hill, in order to be able to see the stone and then head to this small hill. But I mean, the hill itself should be obvious enough. It's not a long leg. If you hit the compass, hit direction, you should be able to see it without an attack point.
So Olausen then will follow her progress towards the finish, because it could be a medal spot for her. Certainly talking about a top 6. Definitely in the fight for the medals.
Behind I can see that Absolt did a small mistake to 18, so now she's not together with Lundberg anymore. Say the gap between the two of them, 35 seconds maybe. You can see here there's not a lot of orienteering left to this last controls. Basically just find a way down to the open area, to the open area with the meadow.
Yeah, fight your way through the terrain. Clearly everybody
or follow
seeing the nature of
the
that.
street.
Yeah, yeah. But clearly everybody may be thinking of going straight, seeing the vegetation there and going, nope, I'm going to go out to the water track. This is Teresa Roturier, the Czech athlete at control 20, I think. Waiting for Hannah Lundberg. And remember, she and Abersold were together at the previous split, but the mistake from Abersold has pushed the Swiss runner back. So we now see then, ooh, this could be a good fight. 1 second in it between Lundberg and Olausson, and this is where the bronze medal surely is going to come from. One of those two, and we've got a fight on our hands here.
We still haven't got Abersold there. There's a possibility. We have seen people struggling at control 19. But it seems as if Abersold has
she's not
found
3
that
minutes
one.
behind. She'll be fine.
No, she's not. She's 1 minute behind.
So the two Swedish athletes, Fast and Rudefelt, in the arena here. So very soon we will see Olausson. Sanna Fast, she's caught up her teammate by 6 minutes then here. So Sanna Fast, who we see in the foreground, is the faster of these two, and she just had a brilliant middle section of the race, losing time though. Again, like Gemper, like many others, like Benjaminsen on the third and final big long route choice leg. It's pushed her down, and she's going to be still fighting for a top 6 position at the moment, with some quick runners on their way towards the finish. But she looked like she was maybe able to have maybe made it on a podium spot before that route choice error, and the two teammates crossing there fast into 4th place at the moment. We've got Olausson in the arena. Here she is, working hard on these last stages, and she's really going to have to push here. I don't know whether she'll get some feedback from her teammates, lots of cheering on in the arena, because she was just 1 second slower than Hannah Lundberg at control 20, and that 1 second was a difference between a medal position there. So she's got lots to work for, lots to fight for here on these last few stages of the race. She's going to be good compared to Harju, but will it be enough for a medal here for Maria Olausson? We have to wait the 3 minutes and see. 3 minutes between these two runners as they started, and there's still 3 minute gap in the terrain between them. It's going to be so close here whether Olausson is going to get another World Cup medal or not. She does have one already from back in quite a few years ago in Norway. It is 2nd place at the moment, 6:22 behind Alexanderson, and in 3 minutes she will know whether that is good enough for a medal. So a nervous 3 minutes then here as Hannah Lundberg chasing down the others. Here was Simona Abersold through at control number 20, split number 4, and it was good enough for her to go into 2nd place there. You can see a fairly a big gap between Alexanderson and Lundberg for Simona Abersold, just to settle in the middle there. Let's have a look at then the comparison between these three athletes. This is kind of the fight out for the bronze medal then here. See that mistake from Olausson. Whoa, and that is how close we have third and fourth at the moment, but Hannah Lundberg looks to have the edge then over Olausson here in terms of the speed here.
Yeah, and if you look into the terrain, she also got a little bit of help there. She had other runners around her, a few male runners, for example.
Yeah, she's had Ritourier as well, catching up others, and so it looks good then for Lundberg to take another medal. It'll be her third World Cup medal for the Swede if she's able to just go ahead of Olausson. Of course, you remember her bursting onto the scene in Idre in 2021, her first World Cup race where she was the first starter, took the win there. She does have another third place from 2022 from the sprint in Borås, again on home terrain. So it would be her first World Cup medal outside of Sweden. And it's painful meters as well, as especially as you see Teresa Ritourier running away from her at the very end there. You can see the time ticking down compared to Olausson. 40 seconds to go. And it should be good enough, I think, here for the Swede.
Definitely.
To go into second place and end up with a medal after this long distance race. Here she comes, the final few paces here. Just kept fairly error-free around this course. And it will be another World Cup medal for the young Swede. 12 seconds ahead of Olausson in the end, and very, very happy with that. I think she's had a tricky year. This is a good way to boost that confidence and to end it well. But Simona Aebersold has been one of the most consistent runners this season. As you said, Jonas, earlier, first or second place in all of the World Cup races has meant that she was leading the standings, is leading the standings. And a thing that she's really tried to work on today was being able to have a good race, back it up with a second good race in the same championships that she was able to do in Hungary. She's been able to do that again today. Route choices, again, that route choice, that third and final route choice, not quite the best for her, but still enough to be ahead of all the others. A few mistakes in the terrain as well, not her best day. But it will be second place and a silver medal. She's still happy with it.
Yeah, and she can be, she should be, because I did a bit of calculation in the overall World Cup. She's now on 520 points. Gempele more than 100 points behind. Gempele was in second position before this race, so she's out of the competition for the overall World Cup. Alexanderson 437 points. That makes it a difference of 83 points. So you can get a maximum of 80 points if you of 100 points. If you come second, you get 80 points. So there's still a very convenient lead for Aebersold, and Alexanderson has to win the race tomorrow in order to be able to overtake Aebersold.
Yeah, way to put some pressure on your competition, right? I mean, taking it all down to the last race, but you can see the standings going through the finish. And I mean, ultimately, Alexanderson's win just comes down to her execution, I guess, and route choices.
Yeah, I mean, she did many good choices. We can see it here. There was a small mistake, I think, or hesitation to the first control. She was behind this group at that point. Not the best execution by Aebersold to control 3. Then most of the runners going to the north, Olaussen straight. I think if Olaussen would have gone either to north or to the south, she would have been within the top 3 today, because she loses a lot of time here in the beginning. At this point, Olaussen is only in 9th position at control 4. can also see that Harju is a little bit behind. And another interesting leg, 6-7. We had Alexanderson going straight, having the fastest time on this one. Abersold with the second fastest time going to the north. And that's actually the point where we had Sanna Fast getting into the competition, into the fight for the top 3 at this part of the race at least. But interesting as well that Alexanderson is about a minute quicker compared to Lundberg on this one, just by executing the same route basically. Then keep an eye on control 10. That's a point where many of the runners struggled. We have seen it on the camera, hard to see the difference between the semi-open area and the forest. No bigger problems for Abersold. Had a small mistake for Alexanderson. And then the next route here, Alexanderson again with the best option. Going to the north. Actually, I think the only one of the top runners. Harju went there as well. It was the best option. You can see that if you go to the north, you can follow the tracks for quite a while. Harju is just jumping from one to the other here. Then you have another one here. You get a lot of help on the way. Keep an eye here on Abersold. She's dropping a bit too low. At this point, Lundberg and Abersold were together. But then Abersold with a small mistake to control 18. You can see behind Lundberg still on position 4. Executing this one good, and Olausen's mistake to control 20 actually cost her the spot within the top 3. Yeah, if you want to put it that way, you could also say that the route to control 4 cost her the position within the top 3 today.
Yeah, always when orienteering you can find some seconds here and there.
She lost much more time on that route choice compared to this.
So I'm here with Tove Alexanderson. Congratulations, Tove, on yet another World Cup win for you. How was your race today?
Yeah, thank you. It was a good race. I did stable orienteering all the time, did some smaller mistakes, but I'm satisfied with the race today.
And you end up with a winning margin of 4 minutes to Simona. Did you have a feeling it was going as fast as it was?
You never know when you're out in the forest, but I really tried to push hard, but still be really focused on the orienteering and to have the orienteering as the main focus. But I felt good the whole way, so yeah, I also had quite much energy left in then, so I could have continued for some more minutes.
And so far this season has been all about sprint and continental terrain in Hungary a month ago. How has it been adjusting to Nordic forest terrain again?
Yeah, I haven't been training so much in Nordic terrain, but actually I have been focusing a little bit more also at Tiomila and Jukkola and O-ringen this year, because I didn't just want to focus on only sprint. So yeah, the change to forest have not been a big problem for me. I have really enjoyed to run in the forest again, and we had some really nice Swedish championships the last weeks. So it has been a really fun autumn, and I'm looking forward to prepare for the World Championship next year.
Yeah, and it was a fair amount of long legs today to plan and make route choices for. How well did you think you executed them?
Yeah, I think I did it quite okay. I was thinking that it's maybe not so big difference between the route choices. It's more about how you do them. So I tried to take easy ones that was easy to do well.
And Simona's second today. That means she's ahead with a little more than 80 points. So there's still a theoretical chance for you to win the World Cup on Saturday in the middle distance. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I'm actually hoping that Simona will win because she has so big lead, and if she don't win total, it depends on that she miss punch or do something really bad, and I don't hope that for her. She really deserves this victory this year. She has been so strong and doing great races in every World Cup race, so I think she really deserved this victory this year, but I hope to be able to win the middle distance. So that's my goal, but I think she will take the overall.
Okay, we'll see. Congratulations and good luck on Saturday.
Yeah, thank you.
You know what? I think we're really starting to see a different side of Tove Alexanderson coming out this season, where it hasn't been as dominant, or she's had some mistakes, and we've seen her really be able to celebrate other people's successes whilst also, really trying hard and really maybe having a different aim for this season as well. We're gaining so much more from these post-race interviews than we used to. Is basically what I'm saying.
To be fair, you have to say it's a bit easier to be generous with your competitors if you're not if you haven't focused that much on one single competition as she did in earlier years. When if you focus everything on the World Championships and then you don't succeed, it's much harder to accept than. Her season wasn't that much about orienteering or not about one specific competition, so then I think it's a bit easier to accept that someone else is probably more successful.
Yes, she's still got the biggest competitive spirit I think I've ever seen in anyone. So, it's probably through a little bit of pain that she's saying that, but no, it's still nice that she can kind of celebrate other people's success. And she shows why she's such a pro, because she could see actually in a lot of those route choices there wasn't a huge amount of difference. Okay, the third one accepting, but the other ones she wanted to pick something that she could execute really well, and that's exactly what she did.
But the funny thing is that she says she's looking for the easiest one to execute and then does this very, very good, but she picked the most difficult one to execute on the second long leg, but she hit that one perfectly, so well, all credit to her. But obviously those straight routes, they look easier to Alexanderson compared to the running around, just push physically route choices.
And it was interesting that she was saying as well that she wanted to kind of think more about the navigation, and I guess by that she means letting the navigation determine her speed rather than thinking, oh, I must push physically all the time. And so she's not spending energy on pushing herself physically, she's spending that energy on making the right route choices and doing the navigation.
Yeah, for sure. But this is kind of, that's the difference between orienteering Scandinavia to continental terrain orienteering. Here you have to let the terrain decide the speed. In continental terrain you often choose one route and then you have to push as hard as you can, so you think a lot about the speed. And here it's so much about the execution, so much thinking about every detail, every attack point, every feature on the way. So I think it's not only the tactical approach, it's also that, it's the technical approach, but it's a lot about the terrain as well, not only about what you're thinking about in your head.
So we have then the flower ceremony for our top three athletes. See, they've got 1, 2 and 3 on the bibs as well, and it's a return to a medal position then for Hanna Lundberg today, back on the podium. The athlete's still at the start of her career, really, you think as well. Next up, one of the most, or in fact the most consistent runner this season. A huge achievement considering the variety of terrain, the variety of races we have had in this World Cup. Incredible stuff, and she has a good lead, over 80 points then in the World Cup circuit. She really will have to make mistakes in Saturday's race not to take that win, but it was a huge winning margin in the end from Tove Alexanderson. We saw a few hesitations, a few mistakes in the terrain, but in fact I think we caught all her hesitations, all her mistakes on the camera there. She didn't make any other ones. Incredible stuff, and all of these three of course will have a big confidence boost ahead of next year's World Championships in Kuopio, in these forests around here. Lots of lots of confidence to be taken from those races, and I want to bring it back actually to something else Tove Alexanderson said. Really a very short long distance. If you think about that winning time, 73 minutes, has gone massively under even what the course setter kind of expected. He knew it would be shorter, but that's very short.
I wonder a bit how many centimeters of snow we could have had in order to get it over 90 minutes.
Yes, quite a few centimeters, I think. Really would have had to slow Tove Alexanderson down. But there was kind of a bit of maybe something loaded in her answer where she felt like, oh, I could have kept orienteering for a bit further here. Like, this is what I'm training for, is for a much longer winning time than this.
But I mean, it's a bit. We've heard the course planner say yesterday that they didn't test the route, so then it's very hard to predict the running time as well. But let's take a look on the men's course. It's very similar in the beginning. You have only 2 controls, not 3 as in the women's race, but it's the same concept. Don't give the runners too much time to prepare the long leg. Here in the men's race, actually I think going to the south it's quicker, but we'll come back to that one. TV control at 5 again, then 6, 7. Similar concept also here, a bit longer leg on this one. Then the turn, we had this control 9 that many of the runners struggled with in the women's race. Control 11, that's the one the course planner said would be the most difficult one. We haven't seen anyone doing a mistake on the expect the most difficult control in the women's course, but anyway, 12, 13. Again, similar concept that's in the women's race, but not exactly the same control. Then from here, this race is longer compared to the women's course, much longer last loop before you turn back. Here, it's not a lot about route choices. It's basically executing every leg perfectly. TV control at control 22 and then back to the arena. So it's a very similar course when it comes to the idea behind it. You have 3 longer legs with route choices, and we can take a look at this one. It's the first one. Actually, I tried to take up the results so far. I can say that Kirmula was the quickest one on the red option, about 50 seconds quicker than Glibov, who was on the same option. The fastest going straight, Viktor Svensk lost about a minute. Here again, a few pictures from the forest. You can see that
in some parts very flat, very open, very good visibility.
Yeah, and you can see that it's a very nice exit to this road to the south. So it's convenient, it's early in the competition, you get time on the road, you get time to prepare. There's no reason to go straight, basically. Even if it would be about 10 seconds quicker to go straight, I would still recommend to go around. And this then the last long leg. We've seen that one, a similar one in the women's course here. I just double checked, it's the same so far. Eetu Savolainen was the quickest one on the blue option. Just try to find the fastest one on another option. Have to go quite far down. Yeah. 1:25, Lauri Sild went straight, about 1.5 minutes slower. So a similar picture on this one as we had it in the women's race. And you mentioned that already when we took a look on the women's course, it's a bit more dense in this area compared to other areas we have seen pictures from. If you remember the exit from Control 2, for example. And of course, you have to be careful approaching those controls. There are a few stones, they're quite clear in the forests. Otherwise, not so many features.
Yeah, so very similar challenge to what we see in the women's course, as you said, but those, it's worth noting actually, all of those long legs are different to the women's course. They go from basically a similar area to a similar area, but it's just like slightly offset, and that can mean actually the route choice decisions are different for the women. So we need to bear that in mind when we kind of think about what's going on and which route choices they need to take. This is Emil Svensk then out of the start, 4th place at the European Champs long distance race, bronze medalist of course at the Sprint World Championships earlier on this year, and someone who can have very good starts to the course as well. Let's catch up then with Kiermala and Savalainen as we replay their GPS tracking.
And you mentioned it before, in the women's race it was better to go to the north. The Savalainen option. This control is different though. Control 2 a bit more south makes it quicker to go to the south. Two very interesting runners, by the way. Savalainen, he's so strong in all the races here in Finland, so it will be interesting to follow him. We can see different approaches here. Savalainen going straight. Kiermala with a small mistake. Savalainen, if you remember Alexanderson, there's a possibility to stay up in the terrain. It's not exactly the same control, so maybe good to drop out to the roads. Then here again, splitting up, Savalainen going on what we think is quickest. But here we have Martin Rekborn on the way to the second TV control. Interesting. The fight for the overall World Cup in the men's race between Martin Rekborn and Kasper Fosser, and Rekborn he probably has to win this race in order to keep in the fight. We know that Fosser has never ever been worse than 4th in a World Cup or Championship race in the long distance, so it will be very, very tough to win this one for Rekborn.
Yes, you can see he's already down there at this control number 10, and looking back on his route, he went straight on the first long leg, pretty straight on the second long leg as well, very glued to the line on the way from 2 to 3, and just getting his head. It's Nordic terrain, it's Finnish terrain, straight is great, except it's not always great, and maybe that's a case that we've got today, so we'll really see what's able to do. Olli Janaho here then on his way about to start, 3rd place at the World Champs long last year. Then had actually had a bad fall at one of the Finnish Relay League races, was out for quite some time over the winter, had quite a few injuries, so, and again kind of struggled on his return to the forest earlier on in the season. So it's going to be really interesting to see what he's able to do on this home terrain today. He's the last starter of all the Finns by quite some margin, so a lot of home hopes going to be resting on him. And I mean, maybe you should talk a bit more widely about the favourites, of course. You mentioned Kasper Fosser already, you've mentioned Martin Rekborn already. Anyone else you want to kind of bring into the mix?
Yes, I would like to bring in Mika Kiermala, just because I see that he's going strong and he had a good European Championships as well. Basically here in the men's race, I would say that Victor Svensk can do good. He went straight on the first longer leg though, so I don't think he's gonna win it. Max Peter Beimer was very strong so far this fall. victory we had on Gustav Bergman. Gustav Bergman struggled at the European Championships, but had good races back in Sweden. Then, of course, very, very interesting to see the return of Matthias Kiburtz. Maybe he has a bit of an advantage mentally, because he is not exhausted by competing in orienteering. He has been focusing on marathon races. Will be very, very eager to prove everyone here that he is still a very good orienteer, not only a quick runner. And this kind of challenge could suit him, because we know, or we can expect, that running around, especially in the beginning, but also on the second long leg, is quite an okay option. So that could suit him well, definitely.
Well, I think we're going to return to chatting about Matthias Kiburtz lots throughout the broadcast, throughout the race today, but we can see Krivda then, Thomas Krivda from Czechia, approaching this fifth control, so our first DV check, and he's going to go into the second place there. Kirmula, as we've kind of mentioned, had a fantastic start, and Krivda went the southern route then towards on this first long leg, so really well executed then from him, a good route choice to have made. And then we catch up with Ruslan Glibov. As you can see, he was down in third place at control number 5, and then we jumped to control 15, still in the third place there, the Ukrainian Kasper Fosse, king of the long distance. He is once again European champion in this distance. He's the world champion in this distance. I mean, just look at the graphic there, just tells you everything you need to know about Kasper Fosse and the long distance. But I mean,
that actually was his worst result, this fourth position there.
yeah, that adds to something as well. And seems to he alongside his partner Simon Absold spent a lot of time in Finland competing in Finnish championships as well. He's really invested a lot of time in this terrain and in training here as well. So although actually I think he was way down in like 30 something at the Finnish middle distance championship, so not a great race from him there at all, but he's so good when it comes to these route choices.
If we want to build up a little bit of excitement, then we can add the fact that one race when he ended up in fourth, the winner of that race was actually Martin Rekborn. So if we would get that result today, we would have quite an open fight for the overall victory on Saturday. But yeah, that's very theoretical.
Yeah, it's too early in that race, I think, to be mentioning that too much.
But interesting here, we see Emil Svensk kind of following the tracks of his brother, both of them going straight on this one. Yeah, we know it's not the best option.
Well, we haven't seen some of our later runners take this option, really, so...
yeah, but I mean, here we have, Victor Svensk is a very strong runner in the field. If he finished 6th at the European Championships in long distance, and he loses a minute compared to Kirmula, so I think it's quite fair to say that it's probably not the quickest one.
Yeah, Daniel Hubman has also gone straight. Olli Ojanaho looks like he's going straight as well on that long leg from 2 to 3. So yeah, a lot of parts of this race already being decided really quite early on as well, and we can see Mikko Kirmala, he is on his way towards control number 13, and this is very, very interesting, linking him to Savolainen's time. Gonna, I think, lose time here on this route choice.
I can say that Savolainen, it's live with Kirmala, so Savolainen has executed this one. He is the fastest on this leg so far, 22 seconds quicker than Akseli Ruohola on the same route. So it's hard for Kirmala to stay or to catch up with him on this route to the south.
Yeah, and Savolainen, by the way, is looking very quick. He's only, I'd say a couple of minutes off the finish line, and he looks like he's going to set a new leading time. Hence, obviously comparing all the times to him. But yeah, Victor Svensk, he's climbing up then here on his way to control number 10. Also looks like he had a few problems with control number 9, not too much though. But yeah, still quite a long way down in terms of positions then here. As you mentioned, what time did he lose? A whole minute going straight on control number 3?
Yeah. And another minute he lost compared to Kirmula on the second route choice, where we had Kirmula going to the north and Svensk going straight. But actually in Svensk defense, or in defense of this straight route choice, I have to say that the quickest time so far executed by Martin Rekborn was on this straight option to control 7. But there is a higher risk to lose time if you go straight, I guess. If you execute it well, you can be quick, but you can lose time as well. Here we have 3 of the Finns, 3 different routes executed. And well, we also have to mention that the more runners that go straight, the quicker this one will get, because it's slow, because it's bushy in parts, and yeah, the more runners that run through the bushes, the quicker it gets.
And actually, that's what the course setters were kind of hoping for as we follow Janis Bonek. This is control number 4. The next one is control number 5, where we actually get the splits. Of course, a great kind of forest season last year from Bonek. Yeah, he kind of hoped a lot of the earlier runners would go around, which meant that when the later runners went straight through the terrain, there wouldn't be as many tracks, basically.
Yeah, but in this case right now, it's better if the early runners go straight as well, because it would make the straight option a bit closer to the other ones. I mean, well, we could hope for that if you want to have a tight race at least.
So Bonek going through there, maybe just a bit left of the line. You can see there was a small building and like a kind of some man-made features in the terrain. Couldn't quite figure out what it actually was. But here he is, and down into the 7th and 8th places, equal with Fabian Aversold. Bonek also went to the south route, so success for him.
Aversold, and this is Kirmula, I think. Yeah, they're running together
in the lead. So Kirmula's caught up Aversold by the 3 minutes then. And then we are waiting for Savalainen then here at the finish, Ita Savalainen.
And this is a very, very strong run. Well, said it in 4th position, about a minute behind after the first long leg, but from there, very, very strong. Always looking so good in this relay league competitions in Finland, Ita Savalainen. If you look at the results, he's almost in every competition the quickest time in the last leg. I think he was running the quickest time in the last leg at Jukkola as well this year. It's definitely a very strong runner on home soil.
Yeah, and goes into the lead about 5 minutes ahead of anybody else. And again, we've got a winning time now down at 81, 82 minutes. So very impressive stuff then from Savalainen for the Finns, 1 and 2. Mika Kirmula, though, leading the way earlier, controls, as we just saw a couple of minutes ago. So very, very interesting. And you can see that as well there. This is the lead currently held by Mika Kirmala. We're live with him, comparing them to Eetu Savolainen, our new leader at the finish. So good day for the Finns at the moment in terms of the men's race. Minute lead then for Kirmala ahead of Savolainen.
And also interesting to see if we look at the GPS towards control 3, the long leg. You can see that Kasper Fosser is going to the north, so not straight, not south. Fastest on this northern route so far, Teemu Oksanen 1.5 minutes behind Mika Kirmala. It's going to be interesting to see how this is going to develop.
Yeah, it really will. With the northern route is a bit less tested, certainly by some of these later runners. So yeah, we will
I mean, it was
then.
good. Definitely tracks bit like in the forest bits because we had the women there, but we haven't so many runners to compare to in the men's race.
So Matthias Kibberts, probably the most interesting name on this start list, because he has been out competing at the Paris Olympic Games in the marathon. 30th place there. I did write down his time, 2 hours, 11 minutes and 32 seconds, but has done very little orienteering this year. He will be so excited and ready to be kind of back in the terrain. We'll mention that more, of course. Here's Daniel Hubman. Daniel Hubman, what a performance at those European Championships, with a second place in the long distance. Fantastic result and competition for him.
Had the chance to get a medal in the middle distance as well. Missed out on, I think it was the third last control.
But he's gone straight
control.
On this one here, and that's pushed him. What
a surprise! Down. What a surprise! Hubman's always going straight when he get the chance to. But he is so good.
And look how goes round, so we'll see if it goes to form then, true. Shall we?
So, but look at this, how perfectly executed on the line by Hubman in the first bits. Nimark on the way to the second TV control. He was at position 16 at the first one.
Yeah, now into 8th, 3:38 behind Kirmala.
He was going to the north on the long leg on the first one.
So yeah, same way as Fosser and Savolainen. So live with Hadon now. Hadon also going straight. Oh, and look, for all of these, like these guys, you just know they're going to, you know, you can see Hadon was actually quite a bit behind the others at control number 2 for it being control number 2. But they're just going to lose like a minute and a half just straight away by this, surely.
Yeah, and this is especially interesting to see how it develops for Fosser.
Yeah, he looks like he's actually taking a bit of a better route, a bit more direct compared to Savolainen. So we'll see what happens with him there as well. Emil Svensk, that was number 4, just punched just now. And Emil Svensk on a straight route choice then towards control number 3. So we're going to expect him to obviously not be as quick as Kirmala, took that southern route.
How quick it is, how good the runability is in this part.
Yeah, on the top of that hill where it's super flat, the undergrowth is very short, the visibility is so good as well, and the visibility is great. We can see Svensk here straight away, and he's going to be very similar time to Bonek, to Abersold as well, into 9th place at that point. And yeah, that pretty much all of that time lost by the route choice, by going straight through there. You know, as we discussed in the women's race, when it comes to terrain like this, to Nordic terrain, to this Finnish terrain, you know, you're kind of like programmed. Your lots of your experience, lots of your training has told you that straight is great. So yeah, really, it takes a lot of kind of courage to deviate from that, I think, as well. and to go those extra meters. Albin Rudefeld is our last starter then today, European middle distance bronze medalist, and he will be chasing all the others around the course. Then Martin Regborn on his way to split number 3, this is control number 15. To second place then, so between Kiermala and Savolainen. And looking back on his routes again, straight is great for Martin Regborn. He's done that the whole way round, which, to be honest, to be still in that close to Kiermala, having gone that straight, is pretty good. It's very good.
I was running together with Martin Uppman. Not a disadvantage, of course, if you're two. This is Max Peter Beimer. Said it before, had a very good fall. Didn't really get into this race in a good way. He is a bit angry there.
Yeah, you could hear it, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could hear it, or at least we could. Sometimes we hear things better with our headsets than when you listen to.
There was a short noise of frustration, I think. Yes, not quite a swear or anything like that, but just a little signal that he was annoyed. But maybe that's a good way of getting it out of your system, moving on, and keeping moving and attacking then up towards control number 10. He wasn't too far off. I tell you what, people have done that control much worse. He won't know that, of course. But he will be, of course, knowing he has had a great set of races in Sweden over the last few weeks, month, and it means that you want to obviously convert that onto the international scene as well. So he took the southern route choice on the first long leg, straight on the second long leg, and through this point inside the top 6. Same time then as Fabian Abersold. Axel Ruohola then in towards the finish. I'm just going to highlight a lot of the home athlete here. And actually, he's had a great run as well.
Good race. He's still 9 at the first TV control, so that's a good run for Ruohola.
Ruohola taking the second place, so after his finish, we have top 3 Finns here at the finish.
Ruohola will get into second position, but maybe more interesting for the competition. We're going to have Kasper Fosser very soon to the third control. So very soon then also to the TV control. And then we'll get the answer to the question how quick it was to go to the north.
Finns has top 3 at the finish at the moment. Eetu Savonen leading with the time 1:21.55. 2:26.
So live with Gustav Bergman there, he's gone straight, but here's Foster. So on his way to the 4th control at the moment, so it's the 5th where we'll get the actual time comparison.
Actually, very interesting. Here he punched the pre-warning. Actually very interesting if you compare him to Martin Regborn. At this control he just punched, the difference was only 8 seconds. In Fosser's favor. Yeah.
And Kibbert's playing to form is also going around the northern section as well. So,
but he's not.
You say it's very typical for Daniel Hubman to go straight. I think it's very typical for Kibbert to go round.
Yeah.
So very soon at this control, we'll get the time check, and yes, you can see a minute slower than Kiermala here. Kiermala's route on that and the execution of that southern route was absolutely brilliant, and Foster is going to be down outside the top 3.
It's only 9 seconds between Fosser and Rekborn.
So those standings there at that control 5, which you've just seen. Kiermala in the lead, Krivda and Glibov still up there as well, with just seeing Kasper Fosser come through. Still 4 athletes behind Fosser though, to factor into the situation. Hadorn and Bergman gone straight. Kiberts has gone round to the north. De Rudefeld looks to be following suit as well. We can move on though to the second of these long legs, compare 2 of those who are already at the finish.
You can see this route to control 7. Both Krivda, Savolainen, very similar. Savolainen, Krivda did a mistake there. That's a strange mistake, actually. She was on the road, then leaving the road too early, to the wrong side. We're waiting for Krivda. He's on the way to the 9th control. There's Erik Langedal Breivik just ahead of him. That's again what we have seen in the women's race. To the left you have the open white forest, and to the right it is the semi-open area. So you have to be careful in order to not go too far to the left. I think it's better the way Breivik is executing this. I can see he's punching the control there. It's quite a big amount of luck for Krivda that he had Breivik here. My feeling is that he would have done a mistake otherwise. Krivda definitely lost time. We've seen the mistake. Another hesitation here. We're still in 2nd position at the first TV control. He was exactly a minute slower compared to Mika Kiermala. It's definitely more now. Here he comes, you can see it somewhere around 3 minutes. Dropping down from 2nd to 8th position. And there are quite many more runners to come in between. Here you can see Kibbutz, not the best execution. You can see that first it seemed as if he would go to the south, then changed his mind, going to the north, followed the power line a bit too long. That's why he's about 1 minute and 40 behind Savolainen. And Savolainen himself was about a minute behind Kiermala at the control. This is Gustav Bergman. So he on the way to the first split. Bergman, one of the runners, went straight on the long leg to the third control. Didn't have any problems executing it though, so I think this is going to be a good time for Gustav Bergman. Struggled a lot at the European Championships, both technically and physically, but had great races then. Was able to win the Swedish League last weekend in a tough head-to-head fight against Max Peter Weimer. You can see the gap, only 1 minute and 16 seconds, because Kirmula, so much quicker than everyone else here in the beginning. He was a minute faster compared to Krivda. This is Victor Svensk on the way now to the third split, into 9th position, 5 minutes behind the Finn Kirmula. We know that Bergman was on a similar route as Emil Svensk. Riedefeld maybe a bit unnecessary to go all the way around. We had that already in the women's race, much more straight and better executed by Savolainen at this point. But if you drop back a little bit, there we had Riedefeld executing it a bit more straight compared to Savolainen. This is Ruslan Glebov for Ukraine, and Glebov on the way to the very last controls here. Yes, control 24 and 25 left. There's no orienteering of those two controls. You could see one of the controls just the horizon of the picture, and Glebov is gonna be in top 3 position, I think, at the moment. A very good start to the race as well, still having 3rd position at the first TV control, then lost a little bit of time in the middle section coming here to the finish. And you can see, compared to Savolainen, he is 4 minutes late. Ruslan Glebov, but he will be definitely ahead of Teemu Oksanen. So just behind, between the Finns here, between Akseli Ruohola and Teemu Oksanen.
Will lose some seconds, but
Round the corner here, last meters for Ruslan Glebov. And the time we had 4 minutes 29 behind Savolainen into this 3rd position right now.
And he looks quite satisfied with that, doesn't he? He looks like he's got a big smile on his face. He's still got it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we haven't seen so much in between. He has still a very good time at the first TV control. If you look at the times, he must have lost a bit between the 2nd and 3rd TV control. But more interesting here, Mika Kirmula on the way to the 4th split, and still in the lead, still going strong and still running together with Abersold.
Yeah, he's caught a bit nice little train, or well, I think he's probably dropped some of them as well, to be honest. Yeah, catching up Andrea Johansson, Nikodem, and the only one who seems to be able to really stick with him is Fabian Abersold, to be honest. He's really run through the terrain as well, and He's going to be still in the lead here, just less than 2 minutes. Hear him
I would
though
say
first.
this is going to be a good result also in the end for Kirmula, but maybe the expectations changed a bit after the bronze medal at the European Champs, so might not be satisfied anymore with the top 6.
Well, I mean, he is still leading the whole way around the course.
Yeah, of course.
All of the splits, so like, you know.
And we didn't see any bigger mistakes.
Could we have another medal? Yeah, exactly. We haven't really seen much of this section though at the moment.
No, but looks very good. Maybe a bit big of turn there. He could have kind of gone the Savolainen way. I think he lost a bit of time on this one compared to Rekborn. That's going to be interesting. The gap between Kirmula and Rekborn, maybe 50 seconds. And then we have to say that Rekborn is doing a good race as well. This is Kibbutz. But you can see he lost time on the long leg. First entered towards the southern route, then changed his mind, changed up again, and didn't execute it well either.
Yeah, that's a shame to see that much time lost from him so early on in the race. But yeah, that's going to be really hard for him to come back at now, considering we haven't seen people really making mistakes on this course at all. So we're live with Martin Regborn. Looks like he's going to head straight for the green stripy section, the undergrowth. Kirmula dropped a little bit lower in order to kind of avoid it, maybe get a good route up through the entrance in towards control number 20 itself. Really, and actually, Matthias Kibbert's a bit of a mistake into control number 5 as well. He was too low, too far to the left.
I mean, no, it could be kind of the fact that he wasn't training orienteering at all first half of the season. Then you can argue, okay, but he had great races in the selection races and at the Swiss Championships. But yeah, maybe it's a bit of a difference. World Cup race compared to a race where he doesn't have a lot of pressure. Or pressure, I don't know if he has a lot of pressure here, but coming from himself to prove the others how good he still is. And I mean, the big goal for Kibbutz is going to be in a year to finally get that long distance title, the one that he is missing.
Yes, no title in the long distance, either world or European champs level for Kibbutz, just the one that's eluded him. As we can see, we saw Albin Riederfeldt just through control number 5. So it means everybody has been through control number 5. Mika Kirmula with a minute lead at that point. Very, very significant in the early stages. And that's basically a fantastically executed route choice towards control number 3. And then a lot of these guys still in the mix, as you can see there in the top 20. So don't count anyone out at this stage yet.
Get back to the fight between, let's take Kirmula to the finish first.
Yeah. Yeah, let's take Kirmula to the finish, because we look back on the splits and it is 1-1-1-1-1 all the way through at the moment, and he's really getting a lot of cheers, a lot of support from his teammates here as he crosses over the fields into the last couple of controls, a long run in here at the end, and he's really going to take that motivation, I think, then from these others. He's going to take motivation by being pushed by Fabian Abersold. You can see in the background the tall Swiss athlete and the two of them there on these final stages, and it's just time will tell then what the situation is going to be for Mika Kirmula from Finland, because he has started a whole hour before the last starter, Albin Riederfeldt, so he's going to have a whole hour to wait here to see what his result is going to be. He is the long distance European bronze medalist and has picked up so much confidence from that. We'll see on the home terrain just what that is going to do for him. It looks like it was a pretty decent race throughout, with some strong guys to come. Is he going to be able to hold on to this lead? Nevertheless, lead here at the finish for Mika Kirmula, and he will have a whole hour to wait to see where his race will put him. 80 minutes and 10 seconds, collapses across the line, really worked hard there.
And it's so interesting with Kirmula because you can see the progress throughout the last years. Started with very good results in relays with the whole Finnish team. They get closer and closer to the elite. And now this year, I mean, he really took one more step in the forest disciplines with the European Championships, and this race here maybe even better than the one at the European Championships. But what I wanted to say before, maybe focusing a bit on the fight between Fosser and Rekborn, because Rekborn, he did have the quickest time on the long leg between 6 and 7, and Fosser did quite a big mistake to control 7 and lost about a minute again on this one. So Rekborn should be ahead of Fosser at control 7 now.
Well, I'm sure we'll catch up with that one on the map now as we see the next athletes through towards control 10. This is Emil Svensk. Dropping the time here, it's going to be too much for him to work back from. And for me, I mean, it's hard to tell, isn't it? Because sometimes when the athletes make it look really easy, they actually are going really quickly. But he doesn't seem to have the most kind of attacking towards those controls.
This is Martin Rekborn together with Martin Hopman, and they just punched control 21 on the way to the TV control at 22. And Rekborn, he was about a minute and 3 seconds behind at the last TV control. And it's less now. It's still going strong. Martin Rekborn. It will be tough to beat Kirmula, but he's doing a good job here, staying in the fight for the overall World Cup. He was actually asked in an interview by the Swedish Federation about the mistake he had in the middle distance at the European Championships, and he said it was when he just was overshooting the third last control, I think it was, and he said that he could see like the World Cup points disappear second by second when he was there and didn't know where he was. So he's really thinking about this overall World Cup.
Oh, brutal. Brutal to have that going through your mind as well whilst you're making a mistake.
So Rekborn having the quickest time here on this, and now look at Fosser. Just not really at the control, overshooting it, has to go back, loses about a minute on this one. This is Oya now on the way to the second TV control. Into 9th position, 3 minutes and 13 behind. Just another minute compared to Kirmula. Now we're live with Gustav Bergman. He's close there. I like how he's cutting the corner to get down to this road. You can see Kirmula with a small mistake just before control 7. And the Bergman not far behind Rekborn. He will be, if he gets the control without any problems, he will be ahead of Fosse at 7. Now it would be actually interesting to switch to Fosser in the live picture, because he's on the way to the 9th control and it looks as if he's running too far to the north. Bergman struggling here as well, following kind of the Fosser mistake. Is together with Joey Hadorn, by the way. And here we have Martin Rekbo now to the finish, still together with Martin Hopman.
So Martin Regborn needs to work hard here on these last stages, and his time compared to the others is looking good. Of course, we saw that comparison with Fossa and some of the others, and Fossa making that mistake, maybe making a small other one as well. Martin Regborn's time could be a good one at the finish. He's not going to go faster than Kiermala.
No, but I think this is a very good race by Rekborn. He's doing everything he can in order to stay in the fight for the overall World Cup. He has done his job in a good way. Now it's up to Kasper Fosser to respond to it.
So the two Martins then here on the last section, and yeah, could it be a medal?
Yeah, it could be. Basically, I mean, the race was really good. Basically, he lost about a minute on the first route. That's his big disadvantage he has compared to Kiermala. But from then, I think it was a good performance. A bit early to say. We see that Berryman is doing a very big mistake to control 7. Got it now. But if you look at the other, Savolainen in the finish behind him, Fosser dropped behind him as well, is now about a bit more than 1.5 minutes behind. So yeah, definitely can be a top 3. Here we have
Yeah, it feels like we're losing runners like left, right and centre, and Fosser is one of those. Already you've seen kind of lose time at 7, lost a little bit of time at 9, losing time on the route choices as well. So yeah, these kind of in the same way that we've seen in the European Championships, like the men's athletes absolutely dropping like flies and really kind of losing quite significant amounts of time. So nearly 3 minutes behind Kiermala and lots still to go. So these are all these mistakes that we've seen at control 7.
And you can see Berryman together with Hadorn at this point. He noticed his mistake. Hadorn is still out there looking for the control. If I'm right, no, the tail.
No, I think he has found it now, but he's
now he should have.
He's got a different way to control number 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's found it. They're both on their way to control 8, so we'll see them at control number 10 very, very shortly. Back at control 15, though.
Very sure that he found it. I have the tail up here. I don't think he has been at 7.
Did he miss it?
I mean, yeah. Where was the women's control at that?
Oh, yes, that's a good question.
Yeah, yes, I think he was at the women's control 7 and punched this one because he was never at control. Was never at control 7 if the GPS is not totally off, which it hasn't been so far.
Yeah, you're right. He punched the women's control. There's been a few times this season that the men have punched the.
Here we have a mistake by Svensk, just to get back to what we see on the screen. Yeah, we had Max Peter Beimer in the long distance at the European Champs, one of the more famous victims of this women's control on the way to the men's control. Quite a big mistake here by Emil Svensk. Yeah, but interesting, Hadorn wasn't at the control. I think we see Gustav Berryman.
Yep, and Hadorn should be not too far behind.
So they were together. Gustav Berryman went back all the way to the control. Hadorn didn't. Quite sure about that.
Yeah, and then it's basically split them up now in the actual terrain. But Gustav Berryman looks like he's quite high. No, he's
Hadorn
just behind in the spot.
Yeah, to the right, a bit behind, he should be. So he has it now. We should see him.
Oh,
come
the controller's
into the
just
picture.
behind the rock on the right there.
Yeah.
He's so close.
Ah, it's going to the
Oh
wrong.
no! And actually, let's recap this for people who've joined the broadcast here. So, Gustav Bergman is now in what is on the map is White Forest. But look around; it doesn't. It kind of looks semi-open. But there's a bit too many trees for it to be semi-open, which means
There is
that
Hadon.
where he was in is the semi-open, and it's
Yeah.
it's so.
So you can see
he's
to
across the line,
the right,
kind of now.
to the right, that's the semi-open. Now he's in the semi-open.
Yeah, now
To
he's
the
in
left
semi-open.
is forest.
Yeah, and he was 10 meters away from this rock, I think.
Yeah, a bit
So
more, but he
close.
could definitely see it.
Yeah, you could see the rock on the picture, and you kind of think about it like once we've seen this picture quite a few times, you can go, oh yeah, that is the White Forest. But there's not a proper vegetation boundary on it. It's super hard to see, and these athletes are trying to use it for their navigation, and it's just kind of not a very distinct feature. Anyway, we'll see how that's been able to affect things. The two of them on their way up to control 10, which is where we actually get the time check as they cross and dip and dive between these rocks, between the hills on this this felled area. Looking for a fourth spot. So we can look back then at these different route choices here with live with Albin Riederfeldt. Although I think Riederfeldt has executed this control, he's got to control 7, but I think Kibberts is also making a mistake here.
He's doing a mistake, definitely. But we don't have Kibbutz on the screen here, so it's hard to say. Kibbutz is about there where Kirmla did his small mistake. But I mean, Kibbutz is out of the decision anyway. Interesting as well, if we go back to the fight between Fosser and Rekborn, on the last long leg, we had Rekborn, he went straight, he lost about a minute. Fosser is going to the south, and actually the quickest on that one, Magnedeli, he lost a bit more than a minute as well, but I'm not sure if Fosser is executing this one so well. So we have to see. This is the mistake by Kibbutz.
Yeah, he has got the control now. He was just too far to the north. I mean, you can tell that area is super, super dense. Like loads of people have had troubles from it, or not, kind of coming off the track, going into the terrain, really finding it difficult. It's something that Tove Alexanderson did absolutely spot on her race, and a lot of others have really struggled actually. Jonas Bonnick then at control number, about number 15, I think. Certainly after all of the 3 long legs, the longest legs, and out into 10th place at the moment. And I mean, this is kind of, we've seen quite a lot more mistakes. I mean, it seems to me a lot more mistakes now from the men compared to the women, both in this competition, but also when we look back at the European Championships as well. And it feels like not so long ago, it really used to be the other way round. Is that,
I think it's,
the women just really stepping it up at the moment in orienteering, and them, really showing that they are absolutely at the top of their game.
Well, definitely that's one point, but another one might be that in order to win a race in the men's class, you have to be so quick, and you have to take a lot of risks. And there are so many on the start list, and mentioned it before, there are like 10 runners who could win this. So you have to go all in if you want to win it. And what else would you want to do in a World Cup final or in a World Cup race? I mean, why should you be sad? Like, if you can win the race, why aiming for a 5th position? So I think it's this, that's definitely one of the factors that makes it that we see so many mistakes. Then we also had the fact that we had so much sprint orienteering for a year, now changing back to this Scandinavian terrain. Didn't have so many long distances that year so far. It's a scale of 15,000, that's a factor. But I mean, that doesn't explain why the women...
I was going to say,
why
but
they
the
make
women
less
managed
mistakes
it.
in the women's race. Exactly. So there are factors. Maybe it's a bit... there are more runners being able to aim for the victory, and that's why the risk a bit more might be an explanation.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense actually. And when we've seen in the women's class, you know, Tova, Alexanderson leading for so long, and now some of the others really managing to fight for that and catch up, and you know, they've put so much effort into putting together a perfect race because they know they needed to catch up that gap. Whereas you're right, the men's is so even. It's then Merdrift, there's a very much feeling of, yes, if it's your day, you can make it work and you can put together a good race, but you really have to fight. And maybe because so many people are in it, everyone's just pushing themselves like a little bit too far, making mistakes. But yeah, it's kind of very unsatisfying if you come back from a race going, oh, well, I didn't try super hard so that I could make sure I kept it clean the whole way around. But then you think, oh, I could have run a bit quicker on that race. I could have been a bit faster. You don't want to leave anything out there. You want to put all your effort in.
Very interesting, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you, but the Riedefeld did
I was going to say Riedefeld is doing a great job. Yeah,
he was 17th at the first TV control. Now he's in 4th at this one. I think he's going to be in 4th. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
So what a great performance here in this second part of the course. I mean, he was 2 minutes and 5 seconds behind. Now it's 2 minutes and 12 seconds compared to Keirmula, who was very good throughout the whole course.
Yeah, he's just catching up there. Could be very exciting. Meanwhile, Emil Svensk in towards the 7th position, 8th position even. I was going to say, that's not Emil Svensk, that's Victor Svensk. Into 8th place.
They should really start to add a letter before the surname there.
They normally do, this is the thing. Yeah. They normally do. So I was thrown. Kibbert's then on his way up to control number 10, and way down the times at the moment. Mistake,
that will be
execution, route choice. It feels like the whole mix of things have kind of gone wrong for Kibbert today.
A wake-up call for him in his focus towards the World Championships next year. He will have many learnings to take with him and things to work on.
Yes, there's no Olympics he had next good year, races. So he'll be all right.
No, that's right.
No, you're right. He did have good races on his kind of return to orienteering after recovering from that incredible effort over the marathon. Good. Yeah. But you're right, it's a different mental game. We were talking about him maybe having a mental advantage because he didn't have anything to lose, or he wasn't kind of fatigued from a whole season of orienteering. He really wanted to show that, yes, I am still an orienteer as well as an Olympian. But actually maybe that had a negative effect on him.
Yeah, overall. But I mean, it would be that wouldn't be a good sign for elite orienteering if everyone is like, okay, many of them have been focusing on sprint, but they have been orienteering still, and Kibbutz didn't do one single orienteering session, except for Tiiu Mila. And if he would
Yes.
get back here and wouldn't struggle at all coming back, that would be kind of strange as well. So I expected something like that, but I expected it in the first 2 or 3 races. Now he had 2 or 3 very good races and struggles in this one. So, but maybe not very surprising.
Number
Yes, well, a lot of work to do for the Swiss athlete there as we wait into the arena. We've got quite a few athletes approaching the 15th control very soon. Foster on his kind of eastern route choice. We should see him in towards the finish. But if you look at the top ones, it's a while. Yeah, I mean,
It will be
Albin Wiedefeld, Gustav Bowman, Kasper Foster, main ones to come. But could we have potentially all of our medalists in at the moment? It's still a lot of orienteering to go on the 14.5 kilometer
And
course.
will be very interesting now to follow Foster and see if he lost more time compared to Rekborn, because as it seems now, and if Rekborn really can finish in second position, he is going to win 80 points. At the moment he is 77 behind. Of course, I guess Foster will win a few as well, but for him those places here, those points, they are important now, because the gap between the points, they are biggest in the very top of the result list. If you then finish 7th or 8th, there's only 2 points difference, but it makes a big difference if you finish 2nd or 5th. Now I think they should have. So Foster lost. He was actually quicker on that one compared to Rekborn. Even though he went to the right, Rekborn went straight.
Yeah, and he's just approaching the 14th control now, so we should see Emil Svensk and Kasper Foster very soon at the 3rd TV control. But we can look back at the finish. On his way across the field.
On the way to the 7th position, maybe. Yeah, 8th, 7th, 8th, something like that.
Yeah, in fact, he has pulled up quite a lot of places if you look at the split so far. 24th at the first split that we've got, 21st at TV control number 1, and gaining places after that. Had a great kind of second long leg. Well, to be fair, that's also where we've seen others make that mistake at that 7th control, and that's had a really big impact on the race. Risking it all, and too big a risk sometimes for some of these men. So Sionimark chasing for 7th, 8th spot here, quite close between all these athletes at this point. Last running part of this race, seeing what you've got left in the tank, is shorter than a typical long distance race though, so should hopefully have good speed left in the legs. It does go into
4 seconds ahead of Ruslan Glebov.
I think that we're gonna see Foster now approaching the TV control. Here he is. This is a replay that was a few seconds ago. And he punched there. You can see it here, I guess.
Yep,
so into 4th position. But he is only just about a minute behind Rekborn.
Yeah, a minute 3 seconds behind Egborn. Have a look.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a mistake. Yeah.
Number 11 then, Wiedefeld, who, remember, he'd caught up quite a good amount of time.
Savolainen still the quickest on this route, between 12 and 13.
Max Katterbemer. I think that was control 22, was indeed. See there into 7th spot at the moment. And at that point where we saw Kasper Fosse just now, the top 3 there are still the top 3 at the finish. So Kiermala, Regborn and Savalainen are the top 3. Like from the second TV control all the way to the finish, they've been in those top 3 spots in that order as well. So yeah, big parts of the decisive parts of the race really coming quite early on so far.
Yeah, and if you look at the result list, we see that we had those 3 in the top, as you mentioned. Then Riedefeld behind Bergman, and then Fosse at the moment in this order. And it would be very important for Kasper Fosse to pass Gustav Bergman and Albin Riedefeld for the overall World Cup, because that would make a big difference. Yeah, point-wise. And Riedefeld, with that mistake before, he opened the door definitely for Kasper Fosse.
So you're live with Gustav Bergman there, so we will see him soon at the 15th control. Looks like he's got a very similar distance to the control itself compared to Fosse, so the two of them pretty close together. Will be after some good World Cup points, and yeah, it's really, yeah, Gustav Bergman having struggled so much with you know, with those races in Hungary. Often he's worked quite hard on himself when you read his posts on social media, but you could tell he really was kind of struggling for answers about why he didn't have the form or the kind of navigational ability that he wanted or felt like he ought to have in Hungary. And you could kind of tell it was a bit of a, you know, causes him to lose a bit of confidence and maybe find it obviously then even harder to make good progress through the terrain. So to get yourself back out of that and into a strong position, obviously with and be back into having good strong performances in Sweden, you know, that really, it really takes some doing, and you can see it's paid off so far in this race.
I mean,
so
it was maybe more
here.
surprising. It was maybe more surprising for him than it was for me, because he was running the ultra long championships just a week before. For me, that, I mean, if you want to be at your best at the championships the week after, you don't do that. But I mean, it's the championships might not have had the highest priority. But then you shouldn't be that surprised, probably, because it takes a few days to recover from an ultra-long distance. That's why it's called ultra-long.
Yeah, because it really, really takes it out of you. Let's turn our attention then to Max Katterbemer, who's on his way in towards the finish. We've spoken a lot in the broadcast about his great results in Sweden this autumn, head-to-head racing with Gustav Bergman for the end of the Swedish League and the final race there. Good quality kind of performances, and it looks like he's in a good spot to go into 7th place here. But obviously will be far from the best Swede, I think, in this competition. Martin Regborn, of course, will be in 2nd place. Working hard on the last metres. And no more orienteering to go, just the line, which seems like it can't come soon enough for Max Katterbemer. He looks ahead and strides towards the finish line itself. 7th place in the end for him.
5 minutes 18 seconds behind Mika Kirmula.
Very soon we should have Gustav Bergman at the 3rd TV split. And obviously we were highlighting fights between him and Kasper Fosse, so we'll wait and see what that has led to at the end of after all 3 kind of big long route choices. Here he is.
And he's still together with Joey Hadorn, but as we mentioned earlier, I don't think that Hadorn has punched all the controls. But anyway, here they come. It's Bergman in the lead, and there I can spot Hadorn as well.
But you can see from that he's actually slower than Foster.
Yeah,
About
28
38
seconds.
28
Yeah.
seconds, yeah. Let's get the comparison then, and we highlight these two athletes on their way to control number 18 live with Kasper Fosse. Savolainen in current bronze medal position and looks to be maintaining that at the moment.
And you can also say that Fosse at the moment running together with Emil Svensk.
Yeah, so a few fast-moving groups
You can
formed
see
up.
that he or they are heading towards this small track there in this green area.
So if I look at the gap between Savolainen and Fosse, just less than a minute. Is that about 53 seconds, I think?
It's so strange that the map
The previous
isn't
one.
pointing towards north.
Yes, and nor isn't pointing from 17 to 18 either.
Yeah, is it something that they want to have the points moving from left to the right? I don't know. It's some
Well, if
just some
in a
speculation.
landscape, you know, screen, you see more of the map from that point of view.
Yeah, but still,
Reckon?
it feels so wrong.
I know it does. Yeah, you've either got to have it orientated to north or like from your perspective, especially when you're debriefing a race afterwards, like you have to have it in a particular route. Thomas Krifter, who had a great start to the competition and after the first leg, dropping down now here to 14th place. And then again, highlighting his fight for bronze.
Yeah, you can see how Fosser's getting closer and closer to Savolainen. He really turned this around now.
I think this is good route choice there through this one.
Yeah,
you can just tell he's got pace through the terrain as well.
Yeah, we have seen that before, that Savolainen lost a bit of time towards this control 18.
If I look back on the GPS tracking, Riedefeld just coming towards the end of his route to control 13, so that's the third and final kind of really big long leg, and he went left. It's a good route.
Was quick,
so we'll see.
actually. So he was, compared to Fosser, he was about, let's say 25 seconds quicker.
Yeah, so obviously we're focusing in here with the battle between Savolainen and Fosse, but we need to add Riedefeld into the mix. We can't,
but that's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. The Riedefeld was 20 seconds quicker on this route to 13 compared to Fosse. So...
yeah. It's going to go down to the last starter.
Definitely.
At least in terms of where the medals are decided.
And I mean, it's very relevant for the overall World Cup, all of this. So Riedefeld should be at this, I think it's around, which control is that? That's 22, isn't it?
Yeah, they were looking for Manadeli.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
Manadeli
just
punched 21, or waiting for Bonnek next as well, but we could also be waiting at control 15 to see how
Riedefeld, yeah. He will be there in around 30 seconds.
I think maybe a little bit longer than that, but he's nearly
Yeah,
at
but
14.
there's a
little
bit of
a
lagging
delay.
in the GPS, yeah. But we have Hatali here.
Yep. Very experienced Norwegian. Very good relay runner, of course, and on the long distance as well.
Now I think we're waiting for Riedefeld. Yes, indeed.
I think we can see him. Is that one of the women's
It's not
team?
him.
Yes, it is. It's the Austrian kit.
Yeah.
Looking for the blue and the yellow.
Yeah, mostly blue. There's a kit from the Netherlands as well.
But is he now? He's slower than
Here he
Berman.
comes.
So is he? Of course, he had the mistake at 11, and then he's had to catch back a lot of that time that he's lost. So, yeah, still has a bit of work to do.
38 seconds behind Kasper Fosse.
Yeah, all to play for still. As Thomas Scribder comes in towards the finish. He's got the last control there to go, and then in to the line itself. Let's try and see what happens to Scribder, because he started so well on that southern route choice. Then, he actually made a big mistake into control 7 on the approach there. He actually ran off the map and then back onto the map again.
We have seen that. We have seen that on the. Yeah, we have seen that. He went on the wrong side of the road, and did about. It was about 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, tough there. Kibet into 30th place. They're still losing time. Then actually on the leaders here, still in a similar position. Bonnek, Jonas Bonnek from Austria, inside the top 10. Very close to Glibov and Street there. And that was at control number 22. And standings then at control number 15. We've seen everybody through that with Kibert's just there. So Kimela, so Regborn is very close to Savonlinna. Those three already in. Got some chasers maybe wanting to grab a spot in amongst the medals as well. Thomas Scribder, you can see there, just into 16th place as well. Lucas Leland, Ralph Street inside that top 20 spot. Joey Haddon, you can see a little bit further down, but we think he's got the women's control instead of the men's control, so it will be a disqualification for him. Let's focus in again on this fight for the bronze medal. Foster and Savonlinna again, different routes here. Foster, absolutely spot on that line.
Yeah, it's a bit more cleverness there. He is climbing in the beginning, getting out of the green, then having the height, but following it to the control. A small mistake just before, hesitation mistake just before the control, but well executed, and he still has the advantage. Let's not forget about that. He's together with Emil Svensk, and just a few meters ahead there's also Olli Oja now.
Yeah, so catching people there as well. And Mandy Daly will complete his course outside of the top 10. You see, actually, maybe he will drop down a couple of places. Here's the last control itself. And he will go actually behind the street. He must have had a good finish. All his injury problems this year. He'll be quite pleased with that. And a Norwegian fighting for the seconds here. I think he'll drop another place. So into the 14th place there for Manu Daly. Should stay inside the top 20 overall.
Actually, Riedeveld is doing another small mistake at control 16. Kind of just before the control, he turned away, heading towards another stone. Just outside the circle. Now he's got the control about, I would say, 25 seconds of mistake.
Of course, some of the women's competition still going on, with some of the lower ranked runners going off at the very end of the starting list this time. And Janis Bonek using those long legs to cross these ditches, absolutely no problem there. And if you have a look, he is looking for a top 10 spot, I think, here at the finish at least. Really didn't have much success over the sprint disciplines this year. Much better job in the forest. And lots of support then here at the finish line.
Best ever in the World Cup, close to top 10, fighting for the 8th place against Simon Iman at the moment, punching on the last control, knows that every second counts, and it counts, Yannick. Come on, push it, you know it.
Lots of support here in the sunshine at the arena, all the way to the line. As you can see, seeing if he can squeeze ahead of Simon Iman here. There he goes into 8th place. So good work from Bonek, and actually I think good effort over those last few controls as well. Those places separated by really not many seconds at all. Here's Daniel Hubman, and he's lost a lot of time here. Down into 20th place. Although really you can see, if you look back at the splits, really his big kind of time loss happened very early on in the course, so in terms of kind of positions, maybe struggling through going straight. It's really amazing how Martin Regborn did so well with the route choices that he did. He really executed them well. He clearly is feeling very, very strong in the terrain to be able to kind of do those route choices and come out with such a great result as well. But look, Foster and Savolainen.
It's so exciting, and you can
right?
I mean, it's Foster and Svensk together against Savolainen, and we have seen that now for quite a while, and still Savolainen is up there.
Yeah, they've been just very, very close together. You know, Foster was catching into control number 18, and then they've been together. Yeah.
Yeah. To be honest, I think this is the fight for the bronze position here. Savolainen or Foster, because in my opinion, Kirmala is quite safe. Rickborn didn't do any mistake here in the end, so it's and I think Bergman and Riedeveld, they're too far behind.
We Riedeveld making another mistake already, and Bergman, we haven't really been following him like super closely on the tracking, but and he was running alongside Hadorn actually, so that could be a strong combination. But yeah, I think that's the bronze medal fight for me.
I still see that Savolainen maybe a meter ahead of Foster.
I can just imagine here in the terrain, they're just being like a little virtual, you know, like they have the wave lights in athletics now. You need like a little hologram
would make it very easy to follow, though.
It would. I can imagine one anyway. Put it in post-production, so Casper Foster.
Actually, at the moment is a 3 seconds advantage to Casper Fosse at control 21.
And what do we have? 25 controls in total. I mean, that was probably the last hard control, although we saw Maria Larsson lose a lot of time to the next one as well, so very interesting. Oh, but now 8 seconds. 8 seconds ahead then. Foster has the advantage, and they're a fast-moving trio.
Yep, here we have Ojanao, yeah. But Ojanao actually was never really part of the group. He was overtaken towards control 20 when he was surrounding this green area to the left, approaching the control from the north. So he was never really in that group. You can see that Savolainen a bit far to the south, not as far as Olausen. Yeah, different approaches here. I think Foster is heading towards this small track, and Savolainen going more straight. This is going to be interesting.
It just opens it up once again. That's why I love this sport. You think something is decided, and then absolutely not. But quite a lot of people have gone that straight route where Savolainen went, and I imagine it's tracked up quite
almost
a lot
everyone.
there.
Almost every. I mean, you can see in the forest why you go straight. It's almost nothing on the ground, but you can push really hard, of course, where Foster is. This is going to be so exciting. It's 8 seconds. There for sure are a few of tracks at the place where Savolainen is. I think it is small advantage to Foster though.
Yeah, I think you're right. He'll have a lot of kind of support and encouragement once he gets into the last section. And, you know, even though he's not had the fitness he's wanted this year, he's clearly in really good shape, and he really knows how to like push and push and push and push on the last few parts of the course. And yeah, very incredible, because we've got a little bit of lag on the GPS tracking, so you can see him leaving the track there, heading towards control number 23, and yeah, you can see at this point that's a clear lead now for Foster.
Was probably quicker to exit the control 22 like this. Looks like more than 8 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, I think that gap's growing and growing. But the gap between Martin Regborn and Eetu Savolainen is 1 minute and 1 second. So yeah, he's not going to be able to catch that up to Martin Regborn.
Is that the good direction by Foster?
No, he's going to go too far to the right, surely.
I think he won't do a big mistake, but he has not that much to work with. Still has Svensk behind him, and Ojanao.
Yeah, even if he
heading towards the stream. Savolainen going more straight here. Definitely closer now. But I mean, he can't go. Is he going over the stream? Yeah, here he is. Svensk. Here is Ojanao. Where's Foster?
He must be ahead there, surely.
Yeah,
yes,
he's ahead. He's now crossing.
We don't need to panic anyone here. It's all, he's got the control. There's no problems, and he's really striding out now, trying to get a gap on the other two with Svensk and Yanaho behind him. But this should be good enough for a bronze medal here for Foster, and he knows how to work hard. He knows how to...
Is it really? He was 7 seconds behind at the pre-warning.
Oh my gosh, okay. I've spoken too soon. Have I spoken too soon? Let's have a look as the time ticks by. He's got 30 seconds to make it into the finish, and we can see Savolainen there is waiting. Oh my goodness.
That's Kirmula who's waiting. That's the wrong face to show.
Of course. Yeah, we want to know what Savolainen looks like here, because he's got 15 seconds now to make it into the finish. And
he's not going to do it.
From the team from Norway, pushing hard here. Will it be a medal? Will it not be a medal? For Kasper Foster, it's going to be too late. That's just the errors, the hesitations at control 23 was too much. It's going to be outside the medals. And lower points as well for the World Cup standings overall. That is gutting. That was a few seconds of time lost. Just not quite going as direct control 23. That's
they really lost it at 23. I mean, that's easy to
No.
summarize it like this. He lost it before, he did mistakes before.
Yeah.
But this for World Cup winner for the very first time,
Yeah.
Mika Kirmula, he was on the podium in the top 3 at the European Championships. But this is going to be his first ever victory in the World Cup. And you
And
can
by a
see,
decent margin of 44 seconds and then another 1:45 back to bronze.
so Fosser is going to end up in 4th, getting him 50 points.
So hang on, let's talk through this. Whilst you do the maths, I can talk about this.
Yeah.
And you see Foster in the lead here, just not as direct, hitting the stream, maybe going the other way around the stream, and Savalainen just, you can see he's moving quicker than Foster as well on that section, certainly going down out of the woods
I
as
mean,
well.
he could have been running so tactical. He could have just had it. I mean, it's easy to say, and on top of the spur, follow it down to the open field, and then knowing that he has to go to the right, and he could be fully attacking without taking any risk. But of course, it's so. If you do that, you're still investing 1 or 2 seconds. You don't want to do that because you think that you're right. So that's why you end up. But you could, if you would do it consequently, you could invest 1 or 2 seconds in order to get right. I did the maths, and it's before the gap was 77 points. Now it's down to 47 points. So if Rekborn wins on Saturday and Fosser ends up 4th, Rekborn can overtake him. Right,
well, you're on the maths for Saturday then, as we see Gustav Bowman and Jerry Hadorn. That was control number 21. And as you can see, Bergman already out of the medals here. As you see the time ticking by, just slightly too far to the left on control 21, but not too bad. He stopped at exactly the right time. Here's Hadorn. Hadorn will be disqualified. He got the wrong control. At least we think for the GPS tracking, he got the wrong control. So obviously we have to wait for download for that one. But Bergman and Hadorn racing through here. You can see the Swede just wanting to get in front there, being in control, just not being held back by Hadorn. I mean, what a ridiculous sentence to say. But the two of them making a swift exit out of the control there. But Bergman still aiming for a top 6 then. And we've also, of course, don't forget, we've still got Albin Riedefeld out in the terrain as well. But we can actually compare, if we're looking live then, with Riedefeld behind Bergman. He's had some moments of genius, has Riedefeld, in this course, and then some moments just losing, quite a little bit of time, and just a few moments of that has just added up.
And he is going to lose a few more seconds here as well. I guess he's going to go to the north. That's where Ojanaho was caught by Svensk and Fosser before, so it's a bit slower. But yeah, you said it right. He was proving that he could do so good also in a long distance. He had these really good moments in between where he got closer again towards the top 3, but then also very distinct mistakes. Lost, I think, twice about the minute, and then this small mistake, 20 seconds at control, 16 as well. So yeah, for him it really was the technical execution close to the controls where he struggled. Here I think we have Savalainen.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier. He's had so many good races in the Finnish Relay League, in his home country, that you kind of, with all that information, it's not too much surprise that he's there. Well, he is kind of a surprise, isn't he?
I was a bit surprised when we started to broadcast this relay leagues from Finland, when I was preparing and I was commentating on them. suddenly there was his name, Eetu Savola, and he was so good in every race, and we haven't seen him internationally that much before. And then it's like, why isn't he performing what he's performing in those races in the World Cup? And now he starts to really show it, and today he really has his breakthrough. I mean, this is such a great performance, and yeah, he will be rewarded with this bronze medal.
Yeah, he really will. With live though with Gustav Bergman, who again chooses, I think there's a Myocenoia route pretty much there to control number 23. Either way, it's going to lose him a bit of time there. He's alongside Joey Hador, the two of them together. Here he is coming out of the terrain, and then we've just got one more runner to factor into the equation. So it's being cleared on here. Can he end up with a top 6? It's going to be quite a tricky one then here. We'll see how he's able to match up. Tobin Abersold currently in 5th, Martin Hubman into 6th place. Though we can see Wiedefeld was having some troubles. So if he can beat Hubman, should be okay for a top 6 position overall. Checking the punch on his wrist. Only one more control now to go. Still's going to click a code. Getting an orienteering routine in place, even though it's the last run in. And just going to try and keep the pace really high, really even on these last few stages here. He's going to be, I think, a little bit slower than Fabian Abersold, but sprinting out here, and a return to a performance that we're more used to seeing from Gustav Bergman. We see that Hadon was able to take a bit of extra time out of him there. Comes around the corner, flies around the corner. I think we will see him into 6th position. There he goes. So into 6th, and with Alvin Wiedefeld maybe having some struggles in the terrain, should be good enough for a top 6 from Swede.
And we have to wait for the readout from Hadon, because I'm quite sure about that he will disappear from the 12th position he is at right now. Still in the system here, but he wasn't at the readout station yet. Here we have Wiedefeld. You can see that he is fighting against Martin Hubman. Martin Hubman currently at the 7th position.
Control number 21.
Here he is, on his way to the 21st control. Quite a tricky one, especially as you're kind of dropping down the slope towards the control itself. It's just kind of slightly hidden where it gets a little bit flatter. But he's absolutely spot on that control. Very good on the compass, very good reading of these really very small features as well. Oh, running camera down, but Wiedefeld stays on his feet and he's on his way to the 22nd control. That's where we get the time check, of course, and Kibbert still on his way to the 20th one. But Wiedefeld certainly not going to upset the top 6 here. Whilst we wait for Wiedefeld in, maybe we can have a little chat about where this race was won and where the race maybe has actually been lost by quite a few other people. What's your assessment of it, Jonas?
If you look at the split times, you can say that it was won at the first long leg, because Kirmula was in the lead already then, was a minute quicker than the second fastest runner, almost a minute. Very impressive start. Then he basically had a good choice at every control. He did a small mistake at control 7, but it was about a small hesitation, I would say. Otherwise, it was an incredibly clean race. For me, almost more impressive is that Rekborn managed to turn around the race again after the not perfect choice he had on the first long leg. He was in 7th position at the first TV control, and then in the end his second also shows that he had to be very consistent, take the right decision, don't do any mistakes. I mean, Fosser, he took good decisions, but he had mistakes twice, 3 times, and well, it's his shared worst result in a long distance with another 4th position. Still good, but with the potential he has, yeah, I would say it's the consistency again, as it was in the women's race. You had to pick the route choice, and then you had to execute them well. And once you drop time, it's so hard to win it back. So it's almost impossible. That's why we have Kirmula as a winner today. He hadn't a clear big time loss in this race.
Yeah, but that's why Martin Rekborn's race is so impressive, because he did manage to catch some of it up. And
yeah, but I mean,
again we see
he lost a minute on the first route choice. That, of course, that's a big time loss on one control, but he did very good on all the other controls. And then in the end you say, okay, it's a minute of time loss in a mistake. That's not very much seen on the long distance. So that's, yeah, it's still a good race. It's just that it's focused on one control where he lost almost all the time.
So Kibert's here, 28th spot for him.
And I can confirm
again,
as well
losing
that
more time, just a bit of a wake-up call.
yeah, that Hadon is not in the result list anymore. So we have Simon Imark now on this 12th position. And as you mentioned, yeah, not the comeback in the World Cup or Matthias Kiburtz that he wished for. But I mean,
And
this
does he,
second
you know,
part,
he knows obviously it's not been the focus of this season, so it shouldn't knock his confidence too much.
no, I mean, it's very clear where he loses the time today. So it's not that he has to be like searching on every control and try to improve the small things. He has missed half of the season, more than half of the season. It's clear that he's not up there yet. So I don't think it will bother him too much. And he gets another chance in 2 days only. So I'm sure that's very good for him.
Yeah, he'll have another opportunity. Can, recover from this long distance. There is a whole day, it's a rest day tomorrow, so you can recover from the long distance. I quite like this kind of schedule of races, actually, that puts that long distance first, then you get a day to recover as well. But Riedefeld here towards the very last control was the last starter, but he's actually one of the few athletes who I've written down where he's made mistakes. Control 11, control 16, had some great decisions in there, some really fantastic legs, so up and down for Riedefeld today. Means he's outside of the top 6 and maybe dropping another place again compared to Hubman. He does. A lot of potential there in the race, which makes it quite difficult, I'm sure, for him to reflect on as he crosses the line into 8th place. 3:53 down and winning time. Meeting Kirmala again, as we said, with that first ever win at the World Cup, the 80 minutes and 10 seconds again. A short long distance course. The kind of planner said course editor said he was thinking initially 87, 89 minutes, but was bearing in mind that there could be snow on the ground at this time of the year in Finland, and actual conditions much better than he was kind of allowing for. I thought they would go maybe 84, but obviously much quicker than that even as well. Very, very strong performances and speed through. I mean, you could just see how runnable some of that terrain was. It was absolutely fantastic for these racers. Kibbert's still out there in the terrain, but really we wrap up our top 10 quite evenly. Without too much need to wait for Kibberts. Obviously, they've run much quicker than we thought today. So all the timings of the broadcast are all out of sync. But it just shows what great performances they have had. And so, Jonas, what do the athletes kind of do in terms of recovering? What do they do in order to try and have as fresh legs as they possibly can ready for Saturday's middle distance?
That's a good question. I mean, they're gonna recover, they're gonna eat now, then they're gonna travel back to the hotel accommodation, then maybe a short footing tomorrow, just a short run in order to move a little bit, but it's not a real training. But they're so experienced in recovering after long distances. I don't think this is a problem at all. Also add to it, it's not been a tough terrain. It's not been a long course. This is not going to be the challenge to reload and to recover from this long distance. It's a bigger challenge to switch again from the 15,000 meter scale, 50,000 scale to the 10,000. It's another discipline, but even this one, I mean, you're so used to that running the World Cup, that it's not a big problem.
Yeah, it's not a particularly long distance. The conditions are actually really favourable for this type of running, like low double digits and degrees Celsius, and not too kind of physically demanding in terms of climb, in terms of really picking your feet up over the terrain. But a shame here for Matthias Kibberts on his return after competing in Paris Olympics at the marathon. He's such a legend of the sport, but really struggles today the whole way around the course. Maybe going, yes, that's what orienteering is about. And just a bit of a struggle for him today. He will definitely regroup, certainly for the middle distance. But he almost looks like that was a bit of a shock to the system, even though he has been doing some orienteering since his trips to Paris. Still, he almost wants to say, bye camera, I don't want to talk to you anymore. But great to see all of the runners then in, and we will soon get to our flower ceremony. We can have a look then at a lot of pictures of collapsed people on the finish line, a lot of happy faces there, from Ibos. So then we can take a look then at the final results. The top 10 there. Quite a big gap between 4th and 5th. Great to see 4 Finns in that top 10. They should be very pleased with that performance on the home soil as well.
And generally, you can say it was a very good day for the Scandinavian countries, both in the women's race and in the men's race. It's basically only Switzerland that managed to have a few runners. Yeah, Eveli Kasiku was there as well, but living in Finland, she might count almost as a Scandinavian runner. So in the top 10, we have only Swiss and Scandinavian runners. But back with the recap of the long distance, you can see here Kirmula. That's actually where I think he built the base for his success today. He was so good on this leg, running really quick here on the road. It was almost a minute quicker towards control 3 than everyone else. And he's in the lead here. He will never get passed by any other runner throughout the course. You can see that the other 3 runners quite gathered together behind. All 3 the following runners going a bit to the south of the red line. Kirmla all the way around, using the road, the path, save some energy here again. He did it on the first route, does it here. Here might be one of his only small mistakes at this point, but you can see he's still about 50 seconds ahead. Fosse with a mistake at 7. Even here, after that mistake, the gap between Savolainen and Fosse not very, very big. Then heading too far to the north, he was in danger towards control 9. Rekborn at this point still very, very good in the race. Then here he lost time. Savolainen with the quickest leg time between 12 and 13, at least what I can see from the GPS. By going to the left, to the north, Rekborn going straight was I think he was the slowest of the 4 of them. And still Kirmula with his minutes. Rekborn now together, or as Savolainen was able to catch Rekborn, or at the time of Rekborn, this control, and you can see Fosse still behind. From here, I think that Svensk and Fosse, they were running together, did a great job now. Compare Fosse and Savolainen on this one. Because when they get together here, the gap is almost closed. And Kirmula really is working with that minute all the way from the start to the finish. Going to the south, going around this green bit, all the others going through. Might have been a little bit better to go straight. Here, that was where Fosse was able to pass Savolainen, but then did this small mistake to 23 that cost him the bronze position.
Yeah, drama all the way to the very end on this men's long distance at this World Cup final, and it's really set up quite an exciting middle distance race on Saturday as well. Before, of course, we end the...
So, Mika Kirmula, congratulations on your first win in the World Cup, a long distance. You're leading the race all the way, winning it. What's your experience of the race?
Of course, long distance race, it's quite hard to say how it's going. Long legs, and you don't feel all the time so comfortable running and losing or feeling like you're losing time a bit here and there. But I think overall I managed to do quite good enough route choices and not make any bigger mistakes, so I'm quite happy with that. And I think it's also for the long distance, it's like key for good performance, so yeah, I'm happy, of course.
Yeah, nice to see you smile. You've been standing here for quite a while, watching all the others coming in with slower times than you. How has that been?
Yeah, of course, it's when you're not starting the last starter and you know there's like the big guns coming after you. It's more of waiting and seeing how your performance will compare to the others. So it's also a big excitement, but it was nice today. Yeah.
And you're first, Eetu Savolainen is third, and there's 4 Finns in the top 10. How big an advantage do you think the terrain here in Finland is for you?
Yeah, I think it's always when you're racing on home soil, it's something special, and you don't have to think so much like how the runnability is here and there, and you know quite good feeling about the terrain all the time, and I think it's really nice to see Eetu also doing a great performance and showing for next year that like Finnish team is strong also, like with many runners, so it feels great.
And it's been a great fall for you. We remember a month ago in Hungary you had a bronze on the long distance. How do you explain this good shape?
I don't know. It's yeah. I have to think about it a bit after the season, but it's yeah. I don't have the answer right now. So.
But there's a race more in 2 days, a middle distance. Should we count you as one of the favorites there?
I don't know. You never know when it's a middle distance. I can do a great performance or then be at the other end of the list. So we'll see.
We'll see. Thank you and congratulations again, Mika.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Well, he said, you know, was waiting for. Yeah, he is very good. I was thinking two things. I was thinking, one, he answered that question very differently to how someone like Kasper Foster would answer that question. Kasper Foster would be like, yes, of course you're going to count me in. And the second thing is him talking about waiting for all the big guns at the end. He should be accounted for in as being one of the big guns now. Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. But if you look at, it's actually interesting because if you look at the start list or at the result list, you can see that the top 3, they started pretty early. So it's the last starter was about an hour behind those 3. So it's a bit special. Usually we have one of the last starters at least in the top 3. Was different today, and you can't say that it was an advantage from like the conditions in the beginning. It was just yeah, it was good to see a bit different kind of runners. Then of course you can argue that since it was due to the overall World Cup and we had so many sprint races, maybe the forest runners, the strong forest runners, are not highest up the list, but they were strong forest runners also high up the list. So.
But we've seen actually both in the sprint and in the forest, like a good amount of new names kind of joining those top ranks throughout the whole season, and that's for me is always really exciting to see things change in the sport and to see new faces, new names, and new challenges for runners as well.
And especially now, I mean, Erling mentioned it a little bit in the interview. It's good to see so many Finns back. A few years ago, we didn't have any Finn in the top 10 at all, not in the women's class, or maybe a few in the women's class, but in the men's class they were far off, and now you can see it here. 2 runners top 3, 4 runners top 10. Well, yeah, that looks very good for Team Finland looking into the next year.
Yeah, and I was just reflecting as well how difficult it is going to be to get in that team on both the men's and the women's side for those World Championships, where you have those smaller teams as well. Like, it's just going to be a competition to make the start line for them, as we've seen from the past in Switzerland as well. But yeah, let's quickly mention Eetu Savolainen in that 3rd place. Just very, very good at the end, and yeah, put together all the route choices in the right way. In 2nd place, then we can look towards Martin Vegborn, who does just about keep the battle for the overall World Cup alive, with Kasper Foster on 364 points, Martin Vegborn on 317 points. So in 3rd place, Emil Svensson 228 points. So it's only Martin Vegborn and Kasper Foster who can win the World Cup title overall. But Mika Kirmala, his 100 points for today has popped him into 4th in the World Cup standings, and his 1st ever World Cup win. See the Finnish coaches in the terrain. Thierry Georgiou, of course, amongst the Finnish coaching squad at the moment. And those are the top 3 in the men's race. Amazing work from Kirmala, from Vegborn, and from Savolainen. So very, very classic long distance race for both of the men's and the women's, those route choices proving very, very decisive, the test of endurance as well. And I'm holding on because I'm just going to wonder if we're going to see a little look at the overall World Cup standings. We are indeed, and this is just kind of to show you the battle between Abersold and Alexanderson. Those are the two who were able to take the title based on Saturday's middle distance race. Got it all to play for. Simona Abersold with a big lead at that point. Alexanderson said she thinks Simona Abersold deserves to win it. And in terms of the men's, you can see again those top two only are in the contention of taking the wins. Casper Foster so with a decent lead over Martin Regborn, those two battling it out then to see who wins the overall World Cup title. That will be decided on Saturday with a middle distance race. It'll be fast and furious, lots of technical orienteering, as there always is in a middle distance race. We hope you enjoyed watching the fantastic two races in the long distance today. We'll leave you with some pictures of the forest, and we'll see you on Saturday.
See you then.